Good afternoon. We'd like to call the City Council Community Redevelopment Agency regular session to order, August 17th, 6:35 p.m. I'd like to start with the Pledge of Allegiance, and I'll have Councilwoman Maritza Hurtado lead us off.
Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
At this time, I'd like to entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
Moved by Councilman Romero,
Second.
second by Councilwoman Hurtado. All those in favor respond by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None. Motion carries 5-0. Announcements, public comments. Public comments are welcome. Speakers will be limited to 3 minutes. Please complete a speaker form prior to the start of the meeting. If the item you wish to comment on is on a closed session item, please comment now. If the item you wish to comment is on a public portion of the agenda, we will take your comment when we get to that item on the agenda. Please no personal attacks. We have one here by Mr. Eric Reyes. Mr. Reyes?
Eric Reyes. I just make a couple of comments that the Brawley and now Central City Council are now having the same meetings on the same night, unfortunately, as Calexico City Council. And many of us who track city governments and other agencies, we rely on having public information available to us so we can kind of track what's happened. You guys had a special meeting a week ago, I believe. I'm not sure. We weren't able to make it.
Last Wednesday.
And while we look for the minutes so we can kind of decide what's on, there isn't any minutes available to the public. And pure and simple, that's bad governance. It's anti-democratic. It's what, we're not watch groups. We're trying to be public participants. And we can get these minutes to other agencies that talk to us out of state, in Sacramento, and so on. And I just like to know how come there aren't minutes available to the public.
Well, we do have the televised meetings, which you can click on the link of the city website.
That's not the same, sir. I'm sorry, because you have to have time to analyze what you said publicly and what the ramifications are legally as well. And Ms. Lyon, I'm sure she can tell you that. We have to have that. It's not about having it on a TV and listening, as far as having it in writing, analyzing, interpreting it, and being able to put it out to us, to people who understand these laws better than we do as well. And every public agency I deal with, IID is a perfect example. I mean, I am in conflict with the IID consistently, yet they will always have their minutes available. That's how they defend themselves. I just want to know, why aren't we defending ourselves here?
We'll take that into consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. At this time, I'd like to invite the general comments by the City Council, if there are any at this time. We'll start with Mr. Romero.
I don't have any.
None. Mr. Mayor Pro Tem?
No.
None.
No comments.
Mr. Hodge? And
I guess I'll wait.
Okay. This is Ms. Estrada. Would you like to say something? Okay.
Buenas tardes. Gracias por darme la oportunidad de estar aquí de nuevo, ¿verdad? Nada más vengo a dos cosas. Quiero pedirle de favor a una persona que está aquí sentada en este lugar que ya basta de críticas. Ya basta de críticas. Ya fue mucho lo que han hecho a un programa y empiezan otra vez con otro programa, con otra crítica. Yo ya no voy a soportar. Ya voy a hablar lo que tenga que hablar. He luchado mucho por este programa, que es Calexico Parents Trade League. Tengo 7 meses trabajando duro, sin tener oficina. Tengo, pero no tengo luz. Sin tener material, sin tener nada, señora. Nomás un programa enorme que ahorita van al parque, donde tengo las inscripciones, está una multitud de gente. La gente ya no soporta. Ni yo, ni mis coaches, ni los papás. Yo he parado a la gente, yo ya no voy a parar a la gente. Ya la gente va a estar aquí si siguen con sus problemas. Le pido de favor a esa persona que sabe a quién me dirijo, que por favor se una a nosotros a hacer más grande el programa, porque este programa es de unión, es de fuerza. Ya basta. Y también quiero decir, Luis Castro, gracias porque tú fuiste una de las personas que me empujaste a seguir este programa. Te doy las gracias. Así como usted, señor Hash, que me dijo, la voy a apoyar. Y ahí está, porque lo necesitamos ahí. Maritza, igual tú. Aquí estamos, al igual que todos, ¿verdad? Gracias a ti también, Moreno, porque estuviste con nosotros en una organización que hicimos. Pero por favor, le pido de favor a esa persona que ya basta. Gracias.
Gracias, señora. Okay, this time I'd like to invite the Heffernan Board to make a presentation to the Calexico Recreation Department Senior Wellness Program.
I'd like for Sandra to come up here. Yes, also we would like to have the JPA board, because they were also part of it, Mr. Castro and Mr. Romero. Would you please come up here? This is a $25,000 grant that we're giving to the seniors so that they can continue with their wellness program, which is very much needed.
Yes. But let them take credit. Remember.
En nombre de mí, todas mis compañeras, quiero darles las gracias muy de fondo de nuestro corazón por esto. Porque vamos a seguir saludables y felices. Gracias por esa ayuda. Vamos a quedar muy fácil.
Thank you very much, and we will be sure to keep you informed about all the wonderful things we're going to do for health. Yes, we will. Yes.
Very nice gesture from the Heffernan Memorial District to our senior wellness program. Congratulations on behalf of the city. Putting your heads together, we can get things done. So, Sylvia, thank you. All right, thank you. Thank you. Okay, we come to the consent calendar. There's a total of 13 items. Any item can be pulled for discussion. Is there a motion to approve the consent calendar?
I would like to pull 3, 4, and 13.
3, 4, and 13. Is there a motion to approve 1, 2, 6 to 12?
So moved.
Moved by Councilman Romero. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilman Hodge. All those in favor respond by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None. Motion carries. We'll start with number 3, the financial report for June 2010.
Can you, I have a series of questions, and why would it be, if you could explain why it's in the consent agenda and not on the information item or under discussions, business discussion?
I don't know. I didn't put it, I guess it was the clerk's office.
Well, all right, then, this...
It might have been an oversight, excuse me, but any of these items can be pulled for discussion. So,
Well, which is what we're
Yeah.
doing right now, but it would have been, I think it would have been better in discussion.
in the future, I'd rather have them on a discussion, okay?
This is a preliminary draft. When do you anticipate that the council will receive the final presentation?
I'm hoping by the end of September, if not before.
And this is to close the full fiscal year, correct?
Correct.
There's a statement there that says revenues and expenditures should be at no more than 100% when compared to budget. What I am seeking is a clarification of the phrase "should not." Is it meant as a directive, like must not, or is that an informed estimate during a review of numbers?
Informed estimate.
Good. Okay. Does the statement reflect adopted budget or actuals?
Say that again, does the,
Adopted budget or actuals? If all the numbers that you're making these numbers to, these are actual expenses and revenues?
correct, yes, based on actuals. And they're, of course, compared to budget, so it's budget to actual comparisons.
Comment shows revenues are at 95% of adopted budget. What about the actual expenses to revenues?
They're at 101%. If you notice on the expenditure statement, the second page, 18.7 versus 18.9.
Second page.
The second page of the expenditures.
Page 2, right here.
Okay. Okay, 101%. You also made comments here that grants from 2008, 2009, fiscal year 2000, have not been received. I'm only guessing here that the expenses for the then approved grants have already been paid,
That's correct.
but we are still waiting for the monies to be received.
That's correct. It was on these were on a reimbursement basis, so the city spends the money up front and then requests for the grant reimbursements.
Okay, if this grant, if the expenditures were done for fiscal year 2008, 2009, and now we're into 2010, 2011, when is it that we expect to receive these monies? I mean, what's the timetable of receiving a grant or spending the grant and then being
Well, the optimum is, of course, immediately upon expenditure, you file for grant reimbursement because you're spending your dollars and you're not earning interest on those monies if they're not available to invest. So obviously, you want to get grant reimbursements immediately as soon as you spend the funds.
what's the normal turnaround time of submitting everything correctly and getting reimbursed?
Varies depending on the grant, depending on the department submitting the grant reimbursements. It's
Ballpark
kind of,
figure? A year, a month, 6 months, 3 months?
well, I mean, it's been running.
What's the norm?
There is no norm, to be very honest. I mean,
After everything has been...
it's all over the board.
After everything's been submitted correctly, there is no actual norm of how much time would pass before?
No, I mean, sometimes it's a month, sometimes it's 3 months. In this case, it was,
Well, I'm only interpreting that this is because it was not filed in a timely manner.
yes, exactly.
Okay. So let's just say all reimbursements, if done correctly, should be returned within 6 months.
Definitely.
Okay. There's some specific issues here. That was a general issue. There's a specific issues that have to deal with police, fire, general services, and some of the other departments. So I guess if this is not a final draft, why is it that you need approval today?
We don't really need approval. It's just that I know the council is very anxious to see numbers always on the financials. And rather than make you wait, till October to get it, I would rather do the preliminary. You can see.
Okay.
I mean, realistically, the situation could be better if we were to receive the money from these grants. Obviously, that would help tremendously. So, because it's our cash balance right now that we're looking at. So, that definitely has an impact on our situation and the way it looks right now. But we believe that there are still some outstanding invoices that have not been processed for June, which means, departments have to turn those in order, because it doesn't matter when they turn them in, they're still going to get accrued back to June if they're dated June. So there's no reason to hold them, but it just has to go through the process. And we have to do a lot of balancing and entries at the end of the fiscal year so that we are in compliance with all the audit regulations. So it does take time. But we're working on all of that right now. So hopefully we'll have it done, because we've also got time frames with the state reports, with the auditors coming in. So I hope to have it by the end of September for sure.
Well, okay, then, as a clarification, the acceptance of this item, financial report for the month of June 2010, so it's the preliminary financial report.
Exactly.
I guess to what was just mentioned right now, it would be good to receive information, City Manager Carrillo. What are the practices with your department heads when they present these grants that are available? I have to apologize, I don't recollect if this council has approved any use of any grants, or if been approved for submitting for these grants. But in the previous council, I remember approving the use of grants. At that time, I was not aware that we were also, in a sense, approving that the monies be spent and then wait for whenever the monies come in. There's a lot of questions at our services. Finance Director Hashem, I have 33 questions here, and I'm not going to go through each one of them. And probably the whole thing, the basis of this, of all these questions is just that. I'll bring one, for example. Mr. Fendley is not in the audience. I recall clearly when there was a grant approved for for those vehicles, the energy,
The hybrid.
the hybrids, yes, that there was a grant approved, but yet the city goes out and pays for these units, and I'm reading this, and we haven't received the monies yet.
No.
So it's almost as if the city is the clearinghouse or finance company to approve these things, go out and spend the money, and then time, and only time will tell whenever we do get these monies returned to the city, or not returned, to get the funds into the city. And that concerns me, because obviously this, I don't know how many dollars are out there where grants have been granted to the city of Calexico, where the city of Calexico is delaying in submitting the appropriate paperwork to get these grants approved in its application, along with its, do you present, is there a presentation of invoices? Is there a presentation of checks? What is presented with that for the grant to be fully approved and checks in the mail? Is it with
Correct. We would
invoices?
have to get invoices, yes.
So not necessarily the checks?
Not necessarily the checks?
Right. Copies of the checks of the city to prove to the, whoever's providing the grant?
Oh, yes, no, not necessarily the checks, no.
I'm gonna go the next step. This is more of a recommendation. If the council or the attorney or the city manager can go in this manner, is where a grant is approved for its use, for its content, besides that department giving a full presentation of how the grant works and what it's eligible for, that when the use of the grant is going to be applied by working with whatever business, that instead of paying for the full amount of the grant through all these services to all these businesses, is that maybe there's a concept of 50% now and 50% when we get the grants. It just seems ridiculous that for cash flow purposes, the city of Calexico appears to be getting itself more and more in a financial bind by spending the monies 100% before they're received.
Councilman Romero, you're making very interesting points and wanting to enlighten the community as well as, and the public as well as the city council. Just a reminder, grants and contracts that come under grants are not a panacea to general fund revenues or funding. Many times the grants require a match of 10%, 20%, 30% to activate the grant. Secondly, the grants are awarded on a reimbursement basis. So the cities, not just Calexico, must spend its resources up front. And then, as far as compliance being the key, then we need to submit all the invoices in a timely manner so that the funding, but that's not necessarily assured because it can be 6 months, it can be 12 months, it can be 18 months. For example, Stone Garden operates on a 3-year cycle, and we've received for these next 3 years $1.6 million. But when we provide the overtime services to the police department to enlist or engage in joint efforts of enforcement, police enforcement with the federal government, checkpoints, education, what have you, those requests are made to the federal government. The federal government sends it to the state of California, and it goes to the county of Imperial, the sheriff's department, as the pass-through. So if there's a delay in the paperwork, else once it leaves our hands, we're subjected to that. And that's why it doesn't come in the following week or 3 months later, et cetera. But
on a cash flow basis, City Manager Carrillo, it will put a strain on the city's resources.
exactly, so we have to have the bird in the hand before, but that's what I'm understanding from you. Don't spend it till you have it.
Or maybe come up with another avenue of obviously except when it comes to salaries, but where the grants are being used, but in a sense of working with the business. Hey, look, you're going to get your, you can do it all kinds of ways. You're going to get your capital funds right now, and when the other stuff come in, then you'll get all your overhead. If 50% now, 50% when we get the grant. I understand that this is what has been presented, but I don't recall ever receiving the information, and you might say as a procedures that all the monies have to be spent first, and then the city will collect its money 6 months down the line, a year down the line, 2 years down the line.
We can provide that information for you in the future for
Okay, please.
future grants, that the process and procedures of enacting that funding and what's the repayment plan or reimbursement plan, and then that can be part of your backup information when you need to make a decision whether to go forward authorizing the grant request, or because you're not satisfied with the terms or conditions of that grant, that we may not apply for it.
Again, there's so many, and I'm just going to get away from police and all the owns right now. We'll give Chief Newjar that opportunity on August 31st. There was also the concerns of department heads of overspending on the respected revised budgets. Is there ever going to be a presentation by these department heads to the council why they overspent their revised budgets? No.
That can be included.
Okay. Now, I'll throw this one in here right now. Fire exceeded general fund OT by $78,577. Police exceeded the grants by $74,295. If police exceeded the grants by that much money, wouldn't that be a burden on the general fund? Covered by the general fund? Or is it something where now the city can go ask whatever grant, hey, we need another $74,295?
Exactly, because you have to remember the federal grants begin October 1st, the federal fiscal cycle, and expire September 30th. And so the funding for monies that were used for May or June, et cetera, those are submitted to Stone Garden, and that reimbursement will be coming August or September.
So
it'll be
this-
accrued back to the June final budget.
So this $74,000 is going to be eventually be reimbursed to the
Yes,
city?
to my understanding.
Okay. All right. Is the TLT in these items the same thing as TOT? The TLT, the same as TOT?
What, the
No.
transit occupancy tax?
Where do you see TLT?
I'm sorry?
Where do you see TLT? Excuse me, what report is that? It's not the same, by the way.
Transient lodging taxes. It's under the preliminary revenue statement. Account
That is
number
transient
4200.
lodging taxes. Transient occupancy tax is the same as TOT, transient occupancy
They're
tax.
both the same thing?
Yes.
Because there was some issue with the, some years ago with the Chamber of Commerce doing some research, and we couldn't get any information on TOT. Maybe it was under TLT. There was a exact estimate on revenue for the property tax VLN. How was that done?
Because they give us that number,
Okay.
yes, we get that number from the county.
In advance?
Yes.
And you also have an issue with the franchise fees that only 70% were received.
Franchise fees, yes. But that's an estimate.
Okay. I just figured that if it's like is this like the franchise fees, like the towing service? Or
No.
is it something else?
No,
This
these
is
are
Southern-
franchise fees for,
Southern Gas-
yes,
Southern
Southern
Gas.
California Gas,
And
Okay.
Time Warner.
correct.
And so Southern California Gas, in that agreement, we received the payment in April, and the Time Warner Cable agreement is received, the payments are made quarterly.
Okay.
That's correct.
And so that may explain why we don't have the full 100% collected yet.
It talks about revenues for, through properties under the general fund. What properties does the city own? The general fund own?
Money and property category, is that what you're looking at?
Yes.
That pertains to revenues that come from the sale of land, and if the city has sold any land, and we didn't this year, and then the interest earnings on investments, that would net an additional revenue into the general fund. Is that correct?
It's actually the lease payments
Leases
on property,
properties that we
yes.
have along Cesar Chavez and elsewhere.
Can you?
Anything that the general fund owns, any
Right.
properties that the
Can you
general fund
provide,
owns.
obtain that information and provide it to the council, please? I'll save the other questions for the other departments. And in that regard, if there's no questions, Mayor Moreno, I'll approve
I have
number
some
2.
concerns or questions.
Number 3, okay.
Mr. Hodge?
Finance Director, may I call you Judy?
Yes.
I do appreciate this. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Preliminary. I think it's a better idea rather than wait even later because we need this kind of information up front. I need clarification. The last City Council meeting, and I'm not quite sure exactly what I pointed out, and if I had the minutes, then I'd be able to tell. But I asked if these hybrids vehicles, if they had, through grant money, but I believe it was the enterprise fund. I believe it had to do with those vehicles.
There's some for both.
So that's what and I asked if we had been reimbursed or paid for that. And if I remember correctly, the answer was yes. Does that still hold for enterprise fund?
You know, I'd actually have
are we
to,
still
I
waiting
could
for the
research
money?
that and let you know, but I don't know. Possibly the enterprise fund could answer that question. Not sure. Okay. We can research it and get back to you.
Because I do remember that the answer was yes. Okay. On the second page of this report, the written part, there's a paragraph that Councilman Romero has pointed out that's very important about grants. Most grants contracts are awarded on a reimbursement basis, which means the city must spend its resources up front. Billings for professional services rendered on grant contract or purchases made from the city resources should be filed timely, especially when they have an impact on the general fund. So, again, I just like to hear it from you. Judy, you believe that this is a real concern, that an area that we should improve upon?
Yes. Yes, I do.
We have areas of being out of non-compliance?
Well, in some cases, yes.
Okay. Maybe the answer is already in existence, but why couldn't we, you're very important, why couldn't we have you come up here, at least on a monthly basis, and give us reports on each department or the department heads on, hey, you know what, guys, this month we're doing all good, really fine. We stayed within our budget, or no, we've gone over, overtime's still a problem, or let me give you some reports on the grant status. We don't do that, do we? Or have we been doing it, or is there a...
No.
No, and maybe the city manager should address that because he is actually
Okay.
over the department heads.
I mean, this is important public information. The people need to know how their money is being spent, and we're doing our best that we can. And it all puts it in front of us. We're all on the same page, and we can all move forward on it. So I would like to make a recommendation of some monthly report in public on the status of every department.
A summary?
Summary, how we're doing. We're within the means of our budget. Our expenditures are good. Revenues, or, this department went over, that kind of thing. Thank you.
That can be provided.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Questions on
No.
item number 3?
I'll motion to approve.
Motion to approve, is there a second? Second. Second by Mayor Pro Tem Castro. All those in favor respond by saying aye.
Aye.
Judy.
Motion carries. Item 4, adopt a resolution approving the statement of investment policy for fiscal year 10-11 and accept the investment report for quarters ending December 31st, 2009 through June 30th, 2010.
I have no questions to the resolution itself. What I do have a question with is the committee. I have the utmost respect and consideration for Julia Osuna. I just don't understand why she's in this committee. She's with the Community Redevelopment Agency. And the rest of the members, if I'm not mistaken, are members of the Finance Department.
I believe this was before my time. Maybe if Julia's here, she could speak to that, but I believe this was,
Well,
this committee was set up of who was
then-
going to be on it.
Then if you could revisit this and
Okay.
maybe whatever the premise is of how the committee is formed, and if there's a decision to use a member from another department, at least you get the support from that the department head,
Okay.
and see why it would be needed to bring somebody out from somewhere else.
In reference to Julia Osuna being part of the committee along with those members of finance and the city treasurer, Rudy Moreno, is that I believe this, when Julia Osuna came to work for the city, her previous employment was she managed a local bank here in the city of Calexico, and I believe based on her banking background and experience that at the time they added her to the committee. And so, but we can go back to speak with her, find out first, communication's the key to success, find out how this committee was formed, and ascertain the membership in the future.
Okay, well, obviously, again, with the approval with now Mr. Rodriguez, that I don't know what her work schedule's like, so I don't know if it's something that she would have the opportunity to be part of this committee, but at least to make the determination, not only by yourself, by you two, but also by his input as well. Since you'll look into that, then I'll go ahead and motion to approve item number 4.
There's a motion to approve item 4, consent calendar. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mayor Pro Tem Castro. All those in favor respond by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None. Motion carries. Item 13, approve change order number 11 to the existing contract with Aggregate Products Incorporated, API, for additional construction work required to the Emerson Avenue Rehabilitation Project under ARA, and authorize the funds as outlined in the fiscal impact section. A time extension of 90 days is to be approved for the additional construction work.
The project is mentioned that it's under Measure D funding. And again, Director Fenley is not present. I guess this is a continuity to what I was inquiring before. Is this also a situation where the funds are not in the fold of the city and we have to spend it and then collect?
I'm going to try to address the question. My name is Veronica Tondo, city engineer. Basically, the funds that are being used for these, to pay these improvements are Measure D, and the funds are received by the city previously. Every year the city gets an allocation of some funding and actually receives the funds, to the best of my knowledge. That's what it happens.
Okay, so this project, for its approved change order, means that the funds are already available in the
That's
accounts with the
correct.
city?
That's correct.
Okay,
In
so we
addition to that, we have ERA funding, 895,000, and we're expecting to receive probably 300 more for this project. The additions on the project are to improve, it's like to get more out of the bid came really low, and we wanted to improve, to make more improvements, to make the benefits out of the project the best, to this point, to the best of my understanding.
Thank you.
And that's a response to the email that I provided for you
Right.
for the reassignment of funds of $300,000. Secondly, the money that was received through ARA, the American Recovery and Relief Act, the part of the stimulus package, was to provide funding for all the Emerson Avenue improvements, curbs, gutters, sidewalks, but it didn't cover the entire street from Highway 98 to 3rd Street. And so these additional funding, requests for fundings are to do some of those other blocks of curbs, like behind, I believe it's at Concentro in California Market, in those areas further south, where the curb may be only an inch or two above the street. And so when it rains, that water will run into the sidewalk. So it's to raise the elevation and bring in that curb. Though the intersections have been addressed and are being addressed, now we can finish the complete street with this additional funding on curbs and gutters and sidewalks from 98 to 3rd Street.
Okay, thank you. If there are no other questions, Mayor, I'll go ahead and motion to approve.
Is there a second?
Thank you, Veronica.
Second by Mayor Pro Tem Castro. All those in favor respond by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Business items. Number 14, authorize city manager to sign agreement to lease part of the senior hall to Catholic Charities for serving meals to senior citizens.
Mr. Mayor, this is the Catholic Charities, which provides affordable and free meals to senior citizens. They were displaced by the April 4th earthquake, and they were previously at the Catholic's men's shelter. They have since, through the graciousness of the community center and community services, were allowed to use the senior citizen hall kitchen. And so they're renting half the hall. It'll offset the loss of income on Fridays that on the rentals, and the rental agreement is $900 per month. And it'll be for a year lease, I believe. And then based on the improvements and repairs made to the Catholic men's shelter, after the year, if it's available for them to go back, then we'll discuss that at that stage.
Any questions?
You said 900?
900
a month.
Who's paying for that?
Catholic Charities.
Catholic Charities that are providing the service, providing the meals.
For the senior citizens?
Right, they're using the kitchens to cook the hot meals.
Any other questions? Is there entertained for a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Councilman Romero. Is there a second? Second by Mayor Pro Tem Castro. All those in favor respond by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Item 15, authorize rehiring of 2 library staff members to help maintain buildings clean and to be able to keep the Carnegie Tech Center open to the public.
Gentlemen and madam, Councilwoman, you'll be considering the rehiring of 2 permanent part-time positions, each for $24,400 for an aggregate amount of $48,800. It would include 1 custodian at 30 hours per week, minus the 10% cut, it would be $24,400, and 1 library assistant to keep Carnegie Tech Center open. Each department head, when they were requesting either a budget augmentation resolution request, that they had to show where this funding was available, and I believe that that the Director of Community Services, Sandra Toller, has found some revenues with the closure of the Calexico swimming pool, the closure of the Cultural Arts Center, monies that were budgeted for those 2 facilities that aren't being utilized because of the result of the earthquake, that we would be able to provide employment at least from this point forward through December. And if the budget improves, or if this city council in the future decides to utilize the first advance of the sales tax measure on December 10th, that's something that we can cross that bridge at that time. Sandra, if you wish to elaborate any further, or?
So this is not, so there's no,
Additional cost to the general fund? No.
no, yes, no additional impact. So this has nothing to do with what Councilman Hodge motion and was approved for the exchange of the on-site labor to bring back some permanent part-time.
This is bringing back those 2 of those permanent part-timers that that were laid off.
Right, but this,
Secondly, it'll activate the city's request to utilize IVC work-study students, because as you'll see later in the agenda, they cannot supplant an existing layoff. But if we bring back 2 persons, then we can hire 2 IVC students through the work-study program. That IVC pays 65% of their salary. The city would be responsible for 35%. The respective departments have already budgeted that. This is the 17th year that we've engaged in this partnership with IVC. And so my recommendation is to the city council to support this.
okay, but this has no impact against that 66,000 or 69,000?
No, that's separate. That's
separate.
That's in the
Okay.
community development
These are other
services.
funds that became
Right.
available. Oh, in that regard, motion to approve.
There's a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mayor Pro Tem Castro. Is there a discussion?
I don't think this
Yeah,
microphone works.
Yes, it does.
It does?
Yes.
There it is. I can hear you.
You have a question?
Just a curious question. How much are we saving because we're not operating that pool? And how much? The pool and what else?
The budget for the pool that was proposed for this coming year, let me find it, so I don't give you the wrong number off the top of my head, was $34,352, but I removed the part-time salaries because that was already cut from the budget when you balanced it. So I have $11,500 left, which would have been for chemicals and programs. And so I'm able to reallocate that to meet a need for staff. We desperately need a custodian. And we desperately need to be able to take program people. So if we can hire 1 library assistant back, then we would be able to hopefully participate in those programs.
Director Toller,
Yes.
there is only 1 custodian.
There's only 1
So
permanent part-time
That
custodian who
person's
was
coming
laid
back.
off. Yes.
But there are 2 or 3
There are 4
librarians.
library assistants.
And without getting in personal or anything, well, no, it's not. How are you going to, on what basis or criteria are you going to,
I will work with HR, and we will be as fair as possible.
seniority will be a factor?
It will be considered, yes.
Any other questions? Motion on the floor, seconded. All those in favor respond by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None. Motion carries. Item 16, approve retention of 3 permanent part-time parking traffic control officers by taking advantage of increased revenues and reduction of employees' hours during non-peak time periods.
Mr. Mayor and Honorable City Council, you're asked to consider the retaining of 3 permanent part-time traffic controllers at a cost of $105,000. Since the parking meters have been reactivated and are running and operating, plus the retirement of 1 traffic controller that would bring a savings of $42,000. The intent for the police department is to pay as you go in bringing back those laid off permanent part-time traffic controllers as well as the parking division. And they were, because they were permanent part-time, they didn't work a full pay period. So whether they're working 20 hours, 25 hours, or 30 hours, and once IVC starts, as a sidebar, the work-study program allows those students to work 12 hours a week, and they're going to need supervision. And so by bringing back these traffic controllers that have experience and what have you, they can provide the appropriate and necessary supervision to these well-worthy college students that need to be able to finance their matriculation through school.
Okay. Chief, did you have something?
No, I think Mr. Carrillo said pretty much everything.
Okay.
Chief? Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Councilman.
Go ahead, Mr. Romero.
The backup says that these persons will be employed, all dependent on the revenues coming in.
Absolutely. There's 3 parts to this. One is obviously the retirement of the full-time person, which should give us a salary savings of about $42,000. The other being that the revenues that were expected have actually exceeded the expectations one revenue that's actually exceeded expectations. And then the other is adjusting the hours so that we constantly monitor it and keep it in check so that we don't have more hours than money and vice versa. So we want to make sure that we stay under budget with the hours.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Hodge?
So we're going to bring back, which I'm happy to hear, based on what you just described, 3 permanent part-time parking traffic control officers. What's the good news? When will they come back? How soon?
I think that's tomorrow if you approve it tonight. They actually were laid off. We had a total of 15 layoffs. 3 of them are the ones we are actually asking to come back, the only ones that we really have funding for. And if you approve it tonight, then we'll put them back tomorrow.
Thank you.
You already have revenues
Yes.
to cover for them.
Yes.
Okay. We have Norma Aguilar. Would you like to comment on item 16?
Whatever paper towels.
Yes.
Good evening. Norma Aguilar, 39 Heber Avenue. I'm Councilman Hodges' appointee for Measure H Advisory Committee, and I wanted to check in with you. I know this is not related, what it is kind of related to number 16. And my question was in regards to the makeup of the advisory board. It has not been completed. I do have an overview of what the duties are, but if we are going to be able to fulfill our role as an advisory committee, we need to be able to have the tools to do so. That includes, having information from the different departments, because as all of you recall, and the citizens here recall, that was how the measure was forwarded and presented to the citizens of Calexico. So we need to have information. We need to have the committee finalized.
I believe Mr. Mayor Pro Tem Castro will be making an appointment tonight. I guess that's the fifth and final person.
Okay. And how soon will we?
Then the guidelines.
And then
Once the committee has been finalized with the appointment tonight of the 5th person, then city staff will be contacting through my office those appointees, and we'll bring you in and provide you with the background information as to the rules and regulations, the duties, how often you have to meet. You have to meet once formally, et cetera. And then we'll provide the appropriate information that you need, whether it's the financial report in every department and how this sales tax measure, what projected revenue it'll generate. And then you'll be able to make your decisions based on community input to advise this council how they'd like to see that money appropriated and to which departments, et cetera.
I realize that. My concern is that there's been twice I've heard 2 comments in regards to expending those monies, and when we don't have the advisory group, one right here and another one at a school board meeting, and then it's not in a negative way. I'm just saying because of the way that it was presented to the citizenship. For there to be transparency, we have to be careful about the remarks that we say that money is coming and it's going to be spent this way when we don't have the advisory board already.
I believe that when it was brought to the council that it was going to be spent on a percentages as to public safety. 75% of the general fund goes to public safety. I believe 75% of that money that comes in would be going to that. And then you would be the advisory board would be the ones making the recommendation to the council so that they would make either approval or the rejection of your recommendation.
Okay, just I want to urge upon you that.
Just a point of order, just as a correction. I don't believe it was specified as to how much money would go to public safety, how much would go to recreation, et cetera. It goes to the general fund to support various departments under the general fund. And this advisory committee will make recommendations that the city council can follow, or the city council can massage, or whatever. And there's the speculation or use of that money. It doesn't go into effect. The tax doesn't go into effect till October 1st.
That's correct.
And our first pass-through or advance will come December 10th. But more importantly, or more critical to the discussion, is that the council can discuss or speculate how those monies could be used, but they haven't made a firm decision based on a recommendation to say, we want that money spent now, projecting that we're going to get this much in the future. That hasn't been done. So they are still waiting for your committee to form and your committee to be able to meet and be able to come up with proposals.
Okay, I just want that to be made publicly clear.
Did I not hear it? I mean, how soon will they be up and about?
Well, we have the final appointment tonight,
Yes?
Okay,
In a
so-
week, 2 weeks?
within the next 10 days.
Okay.
Thank you.
In the meantime, you can shop Calexico, the advance of sales tax. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Aguilar.
And Mr. Hodge, in reference to meeting, they're required to have one formal meeting in the year. That is at least one. They can meet when they schedule their future meetings, whether they want to meet monthly, quarterly, et cetera. But they have to meet at least once.
So hopefully, once we make the final appointment tonight, then they get the ball rolling.
Get going.
Okay? Any other discussion on item 16, which is a request City Council approval to retain 3 permanent part-time parking enforcement traffic control personnel?
So moved.
Moved by Councilman Romero. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mayor Pro Tem Castro. All those in favor respond by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None. Motion carries. Item 17.
Dun, 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 dun.
And this is discussion or action regarding the on-site labor contract. In lieu of canceling contract, consider ending all assignments at 1 for the redevelopment agency. And I believe we had a presentation by the redevelopment last Wednesday, and this was brought up.
Well, in essence, I think this was to change or amend the language in lieu of canceling the contract, to consider changing the terminology instead of canceling, saying ending all assignments, so that, except for the redevelopment agency that made a request last week to reconsider the termination of the contract employee that they had recently hired, and then secondly, requesting a 60-day extension as they make that transition, as they advertise for the housing position that this body acting as a redevelopment agency board authorized and approved. And I believe that there will be a future request made from the other impacted departments, if not tonight, at the next appropriate meeting, to reconsider granting an extension for their employees as well. But we'll cross that bridge when we get there.
Mr. Estrada, do you have something to say?
Mr. Carrillo, just
Okay.
I was going to request that we hold the vote on this one until item 23, because I do have an item requesting on the airport.
Okay, but this would be just to
But
This one tonight is just to change the language.
change the language. Okay. Any discussion amongst the panel? Ms. Guerrero, do you have something to share?
Yes, Human Resources, I do have a comment. The on-site agreement will terminate on September the 2nd because we did give the 30-day notice. Upon that agreement terminating, the city, of course, will be working with rehiring or publishing job announcements for certain positions. Once that contract terminates with on-site, the city can hire any person that's available to be employed without having to pay a fee to a contract. So what I'm asking is, instead of paying $30 for a contract employee, when we can hire them for $15, we are actually saving funds. So my recommendation would be is to allow the contract to expire on September the 2nd and allow the Human Resources Department to do the hiring for any position that you authorize. And we will work directly with that person who we hire.
Go ahead, Mr. Romero.
Well, my first question is, you just said right now that you can go out and announce and rehire, but it's not to just go out and announce and rehire, that you're going to be rehiring. If I'm not mistaken, part of this process is where the city manager will work with the department heads to see where the justifications would be and who's going to get rehired.
Exactly. Upon your approval of certain positions, once a department has stated where the funding will be, then we go through the process of actually advertising, whether it be in-house or outside.
But you're not going to automatically announce that the city of Calexico is going to be hiring.
Oh, no, no, no.
It's just sounded that way.
The point that I'm trying to make is that by extending the contract with the labor contractor for 60 days, we will continue to pay whatever the contract amount is. And if that's your desire, we can do that. However, my recommendation is to allow the contract to expire. And any position that we need to hire for, whether it be utilities or whatever department, development services, and if you authorize that position, we will advertise it, and we may end up paying maybe $15, $18 an hour and not $30 an hour or whatever that amount may be.
Rosalind, let me understand. When you mention $30, you're referring to contract labor.
Contract.
So let me understand again, your argument is that, and I know this is a contention, there are two sides to this, but your argument as human resources that it's more cost effective to get away from contract labor.
At this point in time,
At this point in
yes,
time.
because of the fiscal situation with the city.
I don't know who put this item on the agenda. I would just like to table it at this point in time. I spoke to Mr. Rodriguez, and he didn't know who put it on. He's happy with what took place last Wednesday. The 60. We've done some work here. Number one, we have said we voted that we were going to terminate this contract. Number two, Mr. Rodriguez gave his arguments on asking for a 60-day extension for that one employee. We voted on that. We approved that. So I don't see why we need this, other than what City Manager Carrillo is saying, that the language we're looking at a different language, but.
And just to answer your question or your concern of who put this on, this was requested by the mayor.
Okay.
Now, if I may follow up with that, Councilman Hodge, in agreeing with Director Rodriguez to extend the 60-day, 90 days for this one assignment, and I don't know if this is with the city attorney, is if by agreeing with that one assignment, then the question will surface that is it necessary to extend, to keep the contract per se open, ending all assignments, or is it permitted to go ahead and allow the contract to expire and Mr. Rodriguez still be able to use that one assignment, since the request was as an extension?
Well, the current agreement, the term of it has expired, so it's on a 30-day, it's on essentially a month-to-month at this point in time with 30 days written notice. My understanding is the city provided the 30 days written notice that it would terminate on a certain day. So if the city is going to continue to use at least one person under this, yes, I think you would need to do, talk to the, to Onsite to get, to keep it going for an additional 60 days if that's what you want to do.
May I interject? That's not what I understand Mr. Rodriguez said, that he just needs 60 days, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Rodriguez, only 60 days to look for, to put it out to bid, do it the right way, put it out to bid, and hire someone as a city employee.
That is correct. That is correct.
Not under contract.
The request was...
If I may, Mr. Rodriguez, it was an extension of that assignment.
Yeah.
And this is where I was trying to get clarification with the city attorney.
Yeah, because if our contract's terminated, then we have an employee through this contract, and the contract, it's terminated.
Right.
So, I would suggest that if you're going to keep an employee with Onsite, you've got to at least keep the contract in place for that period of time, or else we don't have terms.
Right, there was a
keep that
time
employee.
issue, I believe.
The request was a simple 60-day extension. We did not in any way say how we were going to extend it. If you recall, this particular position was actually on the city payroll as a part-time position. The reason it was terminated on there is this council decided to terminate all part-time employees. That's why it went onto the contract. But the extension is for 60 days. My intention was to simply take the position and place it on the payroll for the city. So it's got nothing to do with you cancel or not cancel this particular contract. This person was just simply going to go as a part-time employee, as they were in the past, on the city payroll.
So is it what you're requesting that the employee, when the termination comes September 2nd, be absorbed by the RDA as a...
They would just be put on as a part-time employee on the city payroll, correct?
I understand that.
Okay. Do you want to say something?
Okay, all right. So at the end of the contract on September 2nd,
you get an extension.
Then it was to be, no.
It'll just simply go on the payroll for the city, since we don't have a contract.
That person would not be an extension, it would just be a continuing, but under a different...
Yeah, in fact, we could take the position now and just put them under the city payroll if we wanted to.
That's what he's...
End of story.
And let me understand, and we approved that last Wednesday, correct?
That's correct. You gave me a 60-day extension on that position.
So again, my argument is, this is moot, it's irrelevant, it should be killed, actually.
Well,
do you want to say
not
something?
so much killed, but let it about to expire.
Okay, go ahead.
Robert Terrera, on-site labor. I think that that your request, Mayor Moreno, is simply to change the language on the request and the direction from Councilman Hodge, because it's simply to have an option. Whether you decide to hire or continue to hire contract employees or temporary employees, or extend a position for any particular department or position, by changing the wording, it simply leaves the contract open as an option to your department heads. I can also supply you with a cost comparison if that's in question. But again, in closing, it's just merely a change of language to keep the contract active as an option to your department heads if need to. For instance, with these other positions that are being requested, that can be an option, obviously, if it makes sense monetarily and by your approval, of course.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Any further discussion?
So what are we going to do here?
Well, we can,
My recommendation is just table it.
Then let's table it.
Table it is.
Table it, and we'll table it for the next one, and move on. Item 18, Sales Tax Advisory Committee appointment of Mayor Pro Tem Luis Castro.
Okay, for the Sales Tax Citizen Advisory Committee, I would like to appoint Lorena Minor. She's not here.
Okay.
¿Es en la ciudad?
Lorena Minor for the Sales Tax Measure H Advisory Committee.
Yes.
She's not here right now,
She's
but we all know her.
she's in planning and
Can a city employee serve in that?
Is that
committee?
conflict of interest?
it's not a commission, it's a committee from the city of Calexico.
Well, we can ascertain that. Jennifer,
Hello?
Mayor can a city employee sit on the Sales Tax Advisory Committee?
No, I believe under the ordinance that council adopted tonight, it goes along with our current commission ordinance, and excuse me for that.
But it's a committee instead of commission.
Right, but the way the Sales Tax Committee ordinance was set up is that the eligibility requirements under the current city commissions, boards, and committees eligibility is that you can't hold public office and you cannot be a city employee. That's the way our current commissions, boards, and committees are set up.
Can I appoint someone else at the end of the meeting? Sounds good? At the end of the meeting? Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Castro. Item 19, discussion regarding possible city reorganization and consolidation.
Okay.
Was that your item, Mr. Hodge?
Yes, it was, sir.
Okay.
Oh, it was yours?
We're having a goals workshop on the 28th, Saturday to the 28th of August at Camarena Library from 9 to 12. It'll be an agendized meeting, but it'll be for the city council along with the department heads, not only to go over the goals and priorities and objectives, but also where the departments can present what their respective departments are doing. Secondly, it'll also dovetail in with the general plan that Councilwoman Hurtado was seeking to get an update on that. And at the culmination of that meeting, then if there's the reorganization or streamlining or any input could be received then, if that's what you wish, where questions could be asked specifically of departments and vice versa, information can be provided, and to see how it collaborates with the goals and objectives of this body as 5 members determines for us to carry out over the next 2 to 3 years.
City Manager, I think that's an excellent idea, and all the points that you mentioned should be an integral part of what I'm suggesting, and I just wanted to bring it out into the public for discussion, just a small discussion, and I think it's really time now that we move forward in fundamentally moving forward on some reorganization in our city government. And this is something that we must really take our time about and do it in a very methodical way. So we take the first step tonight by discussing it. And before I forget, I was informed that, I don't know exactly when, a year or 2 years ago, there was a woman, we paid her roughly about $12,000 to work on some goals and objectives.
To facilitate.
Patricia worked.
To facilitate. And she made some formal presentations. It was excellent. Do we have a copy of those goals and objectives?
Copies will be provided. I believe the previous city council and the departments were not only privy to that information because they participated, but we'll be bringing that up in the workshop where you can make the plan for the 3-hour workshop is the first hour to rehash, go over all the original goals and objectives from the previous city council, where we're at right now as far as short-term or midterm. It was never completed. And then the second hour will be brainstorming with the existing city council members, coupled with department heads sitting and other stakeholders in the community. And then the third hour, the final hour, will be to prioritize those goals as to the most, based on priority, whether we have 3 to maybe 5, not to exceed 5, and then we'll follow up 6 weeks to 2 months after and have quarterly follow-ups, so to find out if we're still on following the timeline, if we're still on track, or if they need to be revisited, whether it's being impacted because the source of funding is not available or the amount is not what we expected, et cetera, et cetera. But there was some commonality as to what this council, some of the members that I've had an opportunity to speak with on what direction they'd like to see the city going. One was fiscal stability, 2, economic development, 3, quality of life, et cetera, and so forth. And further meetings with those that I haven't had a chance to meet with will put that stamp on that so that we can present those at the Saturday workshop on August 28th.
Okay, very important what you just said, but I just want to go on record. What I'm concerned about, or what would be a definite integral part of reorganizing in a fundamental way is, and I will go on record, that I believe that we are in an area we need to focus on, an area of management, because I believe that in doing some comparison studies with some other cities that were too top-heavy in management. And it appears that the bulk of our budget is going to top management. And it does bother me personally that we are cutting the lower-level employees. So I think that, to streamline administration, and hopefully as an end result to become more efficient in our city government. And the other area, and I've just come on board, and so I have to be fair and give everyone here enough time, but I've listened and I'm observed, and I really do think that we need to work in areas of internal control. So I put it out there for discussion. If you agree or disagree or you have any other suggestions. But for me, these are the two main areas that I would like to focus on. I don't know what the results will be. It's a team effort. It'll take some time, but it's an area that we definitely have to start seriously looking at.
I believe, Mr. Hodgett, that we had, I believe a year ago, that come up with a restructuring of the table of organization. So maybe that will be able to be brought up at the 28th of August meeting to look at that restructuring of the management.
In the meantime, I'm just,
Okay.
let me give you the current organizational chart. And then we'll go over this on August 28th.
Okay. Thank you very much. And any further discussion on that?
We're still on the same item, right?
You know what, I believe this chart is... I'm sorry?
No, go ahead, Mr. Castro.
No, we're still on the same item, number 19.
19, yes.
Yeah. Go ahead, Mr. Castro.
No, I believe this chart, I mean, it looks very nice and looks okay for me, but at the same time, I didn't see any city council or the mayor pro tem.
Is this a new?
I believe that there's two members from the chamber, from the council, need to be on this reorganization. That's my concern, and that's my
Right. I think what Mr. Castro is saying is that right above the city manager should be the city council.
Oh, no, of course,
and below the
right.
city-
No, and that's on the more formal one, where we have the city manager, the city council. You have we have the voters of Calexico, the city council, you have the city attorney as well.
This is just a simple form.
Okay.
Ms. Hurtado, did you have something?
No, it's just on number 20.
Okay. Any other discussion? Thank you, Mr. Correa, for that information. Any discussion? Okay, moving on. Number 20, discuss scheduling workshops regarding the city's general plan.
You mentioned that our workshop would be 3 hours. Could we have more hours than that? I just think 3 hours is very little. I thought we were going to do a whole day.
Would you like a whole day? I mean,
Oh,
I can
yeah,
ask
I
the-
think we need that. I think we need a whole day.
As long as there's coffee.
Our council meetings are 4 hours. It's not enough, so I think maybe we should do it a whole day. I wouldn't mind.
Normally, we've done it in 4 hours.
Really?
I think that is plenty of time on a Saturday. I'm just saying that we can break it up. Usually after 4 hours, people are just sluggish.
So maybe another Saturday.
So maybe another Saturday.
Maybe 2 Saturdays.
Something like that. I don't know. I'm just thinking.
Oh, that can be done, and we can bring the general plan at a regular council meeting.
Right.
To have the community development services give you the general plan, which serves as the constitution for regarding land use and how we develop the city and how it's zoned and what have you. But
I wouldn't mind more hours than that.
I agree with Councilwoman.
I have no problem devoting more
But
time
we
to.
could break it up in 2 Saturdays.
Yeah.
No.
Or even longer.
or we can do that. We can schedule the second one, the second weekend of September.
I'm willing to do that.
Okay. All right.
That's fine.
Very good.
Are you?
Information item 21. I believe we're going to table this to the 31st of August.
No.
No?
No, not the
Not the community
tonight.
development services, the fire department only. The fire and
Police and
police.
fire will be the 31st.
Okay.
están ready for me. ¿De qué te estaba pidiendo eso?
Mr. Mayor and members of the council, Armando Villa, Assistant City Manager and Director of Planning and Development Services. What I have for you here is a PowerPoint presentation on the department organization and the budget for this fiscal year. So what I hope to accomplish today is to give you a really good understanding of what the department does, how many people they have, what they do with the money you allocate every year, and some of the good programs that we have, and some of the goals that we have for next year, and some of the accomplishments that, or some of the things that we've been able to accomplish with the allocation that you have given us. So I have given you a little pamphlet with 3 slides and an area for notes. I also have this PowerPoint, and for the audience, if you can, I think I left some copies up there too. And I'd like to make this presentation very interactive, so you feel free to stop me, to ask me a question about the slide. I do this every day. I deal with that department every day, so I can backtrack and what have you. So sit back and enjoy the presentation. This is the Community Development Services Department. This department primarily deals with every aspect of development in the city, any physical development in the city, any change, any proposal, any project. It has to go through the Community Development Department for review, approval, to make sure that it's consistent with codes, building codes, and the ordinances you, as a council, formulated. And the department is very simple. It's comprised of an overall department with 4 relatively sub-departments or divisions, if you want to call them. 3 of those departments or divisions are technical in nature. 1 is administrative in nature. So you have under the development umbrella of the development department, you have administration division, you have the planning division or planning department, as many people know it, and the engineering division and the building division. So that's basically what comprises the development services or community development services department. Some of the programs that you have under the department, again, keep in mind that administration is more of a support department for the rest of the 3 other technical departments. In administration, the administration department or division is in charge of generating the annual budget for the department. We formulate the budget, the needs for that specific department and every division, the staffing levels, and we present it to the finance director, the city manager, and ultimately to the city council for allocation approval. We also monitor revenues. 3 of our divisions do actually generate revenues in the form of permits and fees. Okay. So we have to be able to monitor on a daily basis the money that comes in and make sure that the permits, the accounting on that is done on a regular basis to make sure that we're not undercharging or we're not overcharging for permits. We also monitor expenditures. Everything that we do in our department requires operation and expenses, gasoline, tires, trucks, what have you. So we do monitor expenses daily. This department or this division does the employee evaluations. We evaluate every employee on a yearly basis to, and that's kind of the procedure that's first to make sure that the employee is performing satisfactorily before a merit increase. We do also evaluate the programs that we have under the 3 specific technical divisions, the design review program, the plan check program, and all those things. So we evaluate the effectiveness, the steps, the procedures to make sure that people don't forget about the steps and the procedures. So that's done on an ongoing basis. The administration department focuses attention on city council direction. Everything you say as a board here during city council meetings, I actually go back and make sure that our programs are in line with your direction. We deal with intergovernmental relations. We do have to attend meetings outside the city for IVAG or ICTC, formerly IVAG, SCAG, all these other meetings that deal with regional issues that we need to have a sort of near to the ground, so to speak. So we do get ourselves involved with issues outside of the city that are important to the city. And we do developer negotiations. And every time a developer comes in, they want to negotiate a development agreement, they want to negotiate conditions of approval, or they're simply not happy with the process on each of the specific divisions. We meet with them and we try to coordinate the process and make sure that the process is going okay. So we do a great deal of developer negotiation. The three other divisions, the simplest way to explain what they do, and I got to say that they're different, distinct, but they're actually interrelated. When you're building, anything you're building in the city, whether it's a restaurant, an apartment complex, a home, it has to go through planning, building, and engineering. So there's each project touches each project essentially is touched by each one of those divisions. The simplest way to describe what planning versus engineering versus building does is planning is the first point of contact. Planning approves the project on a conceptual basis, makes sure that it's consistent with the plan, makes sure that it's consistent with the zoning standards, and that it's properly conditioned. The building department is actually a division that actually oversees the implementation of that project. And the easiest way to understand what building versus engineering, the building department regulates every type of construction above the surface of the ground. In other words, from the foundation up, all the vertical construction. The foundation, the walls, the electrical, the framing until the building is constructed. The engineering division regulates everything that's from the foundation down. The streets, the gutter, the parking lot, the water lines, sewer connections, what have you. So they're interrelated. If you were to build a 100,000 square foot building, you're going to have to deal with planning, building, and engineering to make sure that the project conforms with not only building codes, zoning codes, and engineering codes.
So which one comes first, engineering?
Planning. Planning comes first. Planning. So in essence, the planning division, when somebody's interested in building a project, they come to the planning department. The first thing that the planning department does is to make sure that the project as it is being proposed is consistent with three things. The general plan, the zoning code, and then that it meets our site plan review standards. So these are probably the most important things that you'll hear us talk about all the time. Does the plan conform to the general plan? Does the project conform to the general plan?
I'm sorry, which came first, building or engineering? Building, right?
First is planning, and then it's building or engineering.
So the foundation.
Building engineering, yeah.
All right, I'm getting it.
As you recall, the city council approved the general plan back in 2007. And again, like Mr. Carrillo mentioned, the general plan is actually the blueprint, or some people like to call it the constitution of how everything is going to be developed for the next 5, 10, 15 years. So we already have our plan in place. In 2007, we adopted our plan. It looks pretty good. It doesn't mean we're going to wait 10 years, 15 years to redo it. It's all based on if the plan is working. If you feel that at one point in time the plan is not working, we can always go back and do it again. But right now, we do have a 10-year plan in place, and every project that comes before us, we have to, by law, make sure that it's consistent to that plan. And we have several tools to help us make sure that it's consistent. The zoning code, for example, and I'm going to take a moment to say that currently we are updating our zoning code too. We are in the process of updating our zoning code completely. The last time we had a comprehensive zoning code update was in 1992. That was 20 years ago. A lot of things have changed. The law has changed, regulations have changed. So right now, we're trying to make sure that we, possibly during the last few months of the year or early part of next year, we're going to be coming to you to present to you the new updated zoning code. And that, again, that's going to, it's going to touch on all the stuff that has changed from 1992 forward. So another thing that the planning department does is they do the site plan review. Anything that gets built in the city has to go through the site plan review process, the PRC process, to make sure that all the other departments internally, police, fire, building, engineering, they all know about the project and they all look at it and condition it properly. And some projects require external agencies like the IID, the county, LAFCO, and what have you. Another thing that we also do, sometimes developers own land outside the city limits, where we don't have any jurisdiction, but we do have the annexation process to deal with that. So we entertain the annexation process where we have to coordinate with the county, LAFCO, and the city to make sure that we annex the property properly. And that's all called the project entitlement process. Somewhat complicated, but it's full of requirements and full of laws that we have to abide by. You've heard of this four-letter word, CEQA. We do have to make sure that every project we approve receives a degree of environmental clearance, whether it's in the form of an exemption, in the form of a negative declaration, or in the form of a full-blown EIR. We are the clearinghouse, we are the lead agency to make sure that every project meets the requirements of the California Environmental Quality Act. It's an own evil. Sometimes this is what a lot of people complain about. It takes about 6 to 9 months to prepare an environmental impact report. And it's not because it's complicated, it's because it requires a lot of technical studies that require time to prepare. Anyways, our department makes sure that everything that's approved is compliant with CEQA. We do review subdivisions, advanced planning. When somebody wants to change the general plan or zoning, that's the department that evaluates the efficiency of the current standards and proposes changes. We are the department that provides assistance to the Planning Commission. So we do have all the staff reports, prepare all the staff reports and the material for the Planning Commission. And now we are going to be working on making sure that we implement the sign ordinance and that every sign that comes before the city is in compliance with the sign ordinance. So anyways, that's what the planning department does, the planning department. The building department, they have 3 primary functions: is to plan check everything that comes in to make sure that it's consistent with the California Building Code, the 2007 California Building Code. Once it's plan checked and everything meets the codes, then a permit is issued. And then once a permit is issued, whoever applies for that can go out and construct it. Then we have the responsibility to go out and inspect it. So we do construction inspections, and at the same time, we're responsible for records retention. So we're supposed to keep records of everything that gets built in the city, for an extended period of time. And that's the building department. Again, everything that's constructed from the ground up, vertical construction. Under the building department, we have a code enforcement division that's basically in charge of construction-related code compliance. We do have the structure abatement program and the nuisance abatement program. When somebody calls in and complains about a car being in the front lawn too long, or overgrown weeds, or somebody not maintaining their fence, that's called a nuisance. So we have the nuisance abatement program. We are responsible to comply with that. Those are quality of life type of issues. When somebody's building an addition without a permit and they build it the wrong way, then we have to go out there and begin the structure abatement process. We actually had to use the structure abatement process a lot in the downtown area as a result of the April 4th earthquake, where a lot of the buildings, because of the damage sustained, could not longer meet the code. So we used the structure abatement program to get them to comply or to get them to tear them down. We do have the citation authority, so we issue tickets in code enforcement, $150, $300, for those that do not comply with the notice of violations. When you have the citation authority, you also have to create a due process of law to be able to have people contest those tickets. So we have the citation hearing process, and that's all encompassed in building and safety and code enforcement. On the engineering department side, we do the three first tasks are somewhat similar, but for a different process. Engineer does plan check, grading plans, subdivision plans. They issue permits. They also do construction inspection. They do records retention. And one of the unique parts about engineering is that we do capital projects management. About 2 weeks ago, Veronica Atondo, our city engineer, came to you, and she gave you a really, really detailed presentation about the capitals projects as it relates to transportation. You know, where she told you we have over 7 projects, $16 million worth of monies that we're going to spend in over the next 2 years to improve our transportation, our infrastructure, roadway infrastructure. So we manage that. We administer grants, and we manage the grants. We have complete control of the city mapping process. We map everything that we have on electronically. We have anytime someone comes in with a new subdivision, we have to electronically keep it in an electronic file. We do transportation planning. Every time a new project comes in, we have to make sure that the road network in our city existing is not impacted by a new project, or if it does, then it gets mitigated properly. So anyways, that's sort of an overview of the primary tasks and programs under each specific sub-departments. The next slide is, the structure is the same, and you're wondering, go ahead.
With the building, one of the things that as any business would need are the expected services, and it's under the permitted issuance, I guess, is where someone from your staff will go and inspect the facility if it meets code in order so they can be able to start their business. Over 2 years ago, I went to a building, and when I opened up my own business, I asked for a checklist of what I need in an office, what I need in a warehouse, in order to make sure that I am in compliance before the first inspection came in. Nothing was available. I asked if there was something in ordinance or something in code, and they said, nope, it's there, but the book's too thick to take copies. Now, I think it's necessary, like for example, a restaurant and a warehouse and then just a general office, those are 3 very distinct type of operations. And I would think that the building would have a quick checklist of what they should have on their premises. So when the first the first inspection is called for, they have at least met that checklist. That the one doesn't exist is beyond my comprehension. It was a hit and miss. The inspector would go in and say, you like this, and this. And then we would comply and says, you come back and say, you're missing this. And I believe that buildings should have a checklist to make it available to the public, whoever's going to open up a new business, and say, hey, look, you're opening up a food serving facility, a dry warehouse, or an office to offer professional services. Here's a checklist. Make sure that you comply. But to depend on these, with me, obviously, it's already an afterthought. But with any new business that come into town, and they have to hit and miss, they're trying to get their business open as quickly as possible. Time is money, and I'm talking about more so for them, because as a business, you want to get operated as soon as possible so you can make your first dollar, so your impact and expenses is not going to be as heavy just in your startup. So Mr. B, I would really ask that you put something together. I don't know how many general different kinds of businesses exist, but I'm sure that you can do it generic enough where one could be applied to more than one.
You saw me writing notes because I thought that was an excellent idea. We all take it we do this every day, and we all take it for granted that, that most people don't know, understand. But we can certainly work on that, and I think it's an excellent idea.
I'd like to add to that, Mr. Romero. I'm not sure if within that idea is also providing prices to that person who's coming in with those questions if they want to start a certain business.
That's the price along with the check.
Or they want to, because I've come across that issue with my clients that have tried to open up new businesses, do certain constructions, and they're receiving different prices from different staff members. So a clear picture of pricing so that when they're coming in, they're very aware of what that pricing is. There's no confusion for that either.
Okay. So moving along, the next slide shows sort of a picture of who does all this work. As you can see, the same structure: administration, planning, building, and engineering. In administration, you have two staff people, one vacancy. You have the director, myself, administering the administration department. In planning, you have a total of 4 positions, 2 vacancies, 2 staff people. We have a manager vacancy. We have a senior planner vacancy. Those positions were actually funded in 2008, and we had people there, but because of the economy, because of the retirement, the planning manager retired in December, so is the senior planner. So because of the budget situation, we had just not been able to allocate those positions. So in the meantime, I'm absorbing some of the responsibilities as a planning manager as well as a senior planner. So in that planning department, we have a total of 2 people. In building, we do have a building manager, Ralph Morales. You heard from him about 2 weeks ago when he gave you sort of an overview of the downtown area, and he works alongside with the building inspector to do most of the building inspections citywide. So we do have a building manager, we do have a building inspector. We have 3 vacancies. We have a building inspector 1 that vacated in 2008, permit technician vacated in 2009, and we have an administrative assistant that vacated in 2009. So we have 2 code enforcement officers, primarily to deal with building-related issues. Because of the vacancies in the permit tech, we had to pull one of the code enforcement officers to assist us at the office answering phones. So we do have a total of 7 allocations, but only 4 people, 3 vacancies. In engineering, we have a city engineer. You met her last week. 2 weeks ago, she gave you a presentation about the public works projects. We do have an associate engineer vacancy. We have a project inspector, engineering inspector, an engineering technician that assists the city engineer with all these grant administration and design work for the public works projects. And we have an administrative assistant vacancy, total of 5 people, 3 staff, and 2 vacancies. Overall, the department should be comprised of about 18 people. We only have 10 people staffed. The makeup of where I've been able to compensate for the lack of people is I've utilized on-site services, on-site labor services. We currently have 3 office assistants, 1 in each division to assist with the ongoing administrative work. So I'm hoping that in the next couple of weeks I'm going to come back to you with a proposal to at least hire 2 people to assist with especially engineering and building, since we have an administrative assistant in planning, to continue to help us with the customer service, the phones, make sure that when people come up to the window that they speak to someone. So over the next couple of weeks, I'll be coming to you to see how we can manage this, the loss of 3 contract office assistants and bring in some city employee type of office assistant. So that's kind of the makeup of the amount of people that are in the department. The next slide, I wanted to overview, as you directed us to do, is to show you 3 years of progress. And I want to focus on year 2008, 2009 in terms of revenues. This is a year when we started really to hurt in our department. I mean, we started to see the effects of the economy. We started to see the effects of a lack of construction. Revenues in building were about $169,000. They were down. In planning, they were about $127,000 for the whole year. Engineering, 2002, for an overall department revenue of $500,000, about $500,000. And I'm going to come back to this slide just to show you a comparison compared to expenditures. And I want to kind of go over a goal of mine. But in 2009, 2010, things didn't get much better, but they did get better as a result of implementing a cost recovery program that I brought to the council.
What program?
A cost recovery program, trying to charge a fair amount to recover the cost of doing business. It wasn't the Maximus fee study. It was something that we had to put together because the fee study was going to take longer. So we were able to recover a little more money. So in building, building was related to building activity. But in planning, we were able to recover about $50,000 more. In engineering, about $100,000+ more. So we generated about $643,000, which is about $140,000 more than the previous year. With those numbers, and now that we have adopted a Maximus fee study that kind of gives us a better tool to be able to recover what we spend, we project that we're going to do a little better. But again, it's all dependent on the economy and the construction activity. But we're projecting about $158,000 in building, $170,000 in planning, $366,000 in engineering, for a total of $695,000. Again, our goal is to be able to increase our revenues over the next couple of years. The next slide, and again, I want to focus on the first column, year 2008, 2009, where our expenditures were $167 for administration, building $500, planning $544, engineering $509, for a total of $1.7 million.
I'd like to interrupt you here. Below each fiscal year, you have the term adopted, not actuals. What were the actuals? I would have to get that. We'll get that. Please, because it's difficult to compare what the trends are by looking at adopted when we need to see the actuals.
Well, I can tell you that they're less. The expenditures were less because in our department, for the whole fiscal year, we did not go over our budget.
They're less than the adopted?
Yes, there should be less. So in fiscal year 2009, again, the adopted budget was 166, 561 for building, 435 for planning, and 448 for engineering, for a total of 1.6. And what happened here is that we started to lose people. You know, we were not funding certain positions, so we were able to achieve a 2.3% reduction in expenditures. So you know, the easiest way to explain it is that we lost a couple of people. We lost a total of 4 people in the department. Planning manager, senior planner, office assistants, administrative assistants. Our next fiscal year, our proposed budget is my goal was to be able to cut that budget in half as a result of not hiring more people. I'm sorry, I said in half. I wanted to cut at least 5% of that budget, and we were able to achieve a 5.2% reduction from the previous year. So our proposed budget, which is what we're requesting, is $1.5 million. Now, I want you to keep that thought, and I want to show you this next slide, which is revenues versus expenditures. And I don't want you to get scared, but this is the makeup of the structure that we had before and the structure that I'd like to be able to have in the future. If you look at year 2008, 2009, total revenues were $500,000, total expenditures were 1.7. Our cost recovery ratio was 29%. What does that mean? It means that we were heavily depending on the general fund to fund the operations. Now, that wasn't nobody's fault. I think it was a consequence of not having the right tools to implement, cost recovery. Ideally, because we are a revenue-generating department, we should be able to generate 100% of what we spend. But we just didn't have the tools at that time. Our fee structure, if you recall, was 25 years old. When I came to you 2 years ago, I told you your fee structure is 25 years old. You're charging for fees based on 2,080 salaries. So we started to change that. We went on a cost recovery program, and we continue to work with finance department on the creation of the user fee study. The last fee schedule was 1986. So, anyways, for fiscal year 2009-2010, what we try to accomplish is actually increase revenues and lower costs. So we were able to accomplish a recovery of 38%. And keep in mind that this is only 6 months into our user fee study. So the user fee study was approved in August. It was implemented in November, and we've only had 6 months of actual numbers. So it has helped us a bit. I think we've recovered a little more. It doesn't help that the economy is slow, but I think when the economy recovers and we implement the cost recovery, we're going to be able to get to the $2 million revenue as the economy recovers. In the meantime, though, what we're trying to do is we're trying to get our cost recovery ratio to the 50%. But the goal is to be able to reach 100%. And the strategy is to continue to implement the Maximus user fee study at 100%. We haven't seen the results of a fully implemented user fee study yet. Remember, the fees that we were charging were based on 20 years ago. Now we're actually charging fees based on what it costs to provide that service. So I hope to be back here to you in 3 years and say, look, we have accomplished 100%. We're not tapping into the general fund for anything anymore. But, we have a lot of work to do. Any questions?
What is the real figure? I mean, is there a standard real figure to use for cost recovery?
It should be 100%.
Always.
Well, the model for the fee study was we took salaries, we took everything we spent, tires, gasoline, cars, and we totaled it up, and we said, okay, how many permits do we issue? So our goal was to be able to generate or recover 100% of what we spend. So the goal is 100%. Obviously, if we bring in 120%, that means we have to lower our fees so that we can stay at 100%.
Well, I guess you said about 1.2 million. If you have a expenditure at 1.7, that would be the target.
Sorry?
The expenditures, you had 1.7 million 1 year.
1 year, yeah.
So eventually you're looking to get revenues of 1.7.
Yes, yeah. And I think it's doable. I mean, once we get 3 good years of construction activity, we're going to start to see that, those numbers improve. Right now, I can even make an example because this is the last 2 years have been really bad. We haven't had a lot of construction activity, new single-family homes. We haven't issued a new single-family home permit in 2 years. Anyways, the last couple of slides are the proposed budget in detail format, line item format. And what I try to do here is I try to show last year and then what we're proposing this next year. And obviously, what our goal was to be able to stay the same or less. In some areas, we had to go a little more because we either missed something. For example, in administration, next slide is you see this item here, 166. We're going up to 178. Well, the reason is this: rents and leases. Somehow, I was in charge for my 10 by 10 office in terms of paying City Hall back for the rent. So now we're allocating $11,000 of the department to pay for rent for us. That's the reason why this went up a little more. But for the other departments, as you can see, all the numbers went down. And that's due in part because we're not hiring, we're freezing vacant positions, and we're not hiring any more people. So overall, I think the overall picture is that, our goal is to be able to cut expenditures, but at the same time, our goal is to be able to generate more revenue. But it's been a challenge.
Thank you. I have a question. The properties, the homes that are going through foreclosures, I understand there's a California law that allows for cities to charge like a nuisance fee to the banks or whoever owns that property, because there's so many properties out there that have overgrowth of trees or grass, and it makes our neighborhoods look horrible. But have we gone towards that possibility of generating some revenue with that? I was very curious about that.
Well, I'm going to defer to the attorney, but I think it's not really a California law. It's something that allows any city to develop a fee structure to charge the banks in the event that all these foreclosures are becoming a problem, a nuisance. We thought about it, but for some reason, in our city, this hasn't been a big problem. Unless you're getting from someone that has become a big problem. But for instance, a lot of cities, probably the city that was pioneer with this was Chula Vista. They had a lot of pools and a lot of break-ins, and those were true nuisance where the water was stinking up and there was a danger of somebody falling in those pools that were not taken care of. I haven't personally, or my department, we haven't received very many complaints about abandoned homes.
Director Villa, I personally have been receiving complaints from citizens.
Okay.
So we might want to look into it. It might be truly a growing problem.
Okay.
Well, it's a source of revenue as well.
And it's all the source of revenue.
Any other questions? Mr. Romero?
Yes, under your line of contracted services, for administration, you don't reflect anything. Under building, your ending 2010 was 12,000, but for this next fiscal year, you requested 41,000, a jump of 29,000. Then on planning, last year you had 116,000. Now you're asking for 135,000. In engineering, you were at 90,000, and now you're asking for 115,000. You used the phrase a little while ago. It is one thing to anticipate higher revenues because you're going to be using all these studies. What I'm trying to understand is how you can justify asking for these kind of increases for the three different areas. You're looking at what, 29, 48, $75,000 more.
Actually, there's an explanation for that. In building, that we for the $41,000 is to be able to pay our structural engineer that's been working with us for the downtown area, trying to analyze the safety of buildings. Last year we didn't have the need to spend that much on contract plan checking services. We don't have an in-house structural engineer, so we had to rely on a contract to come and help us when we meet with private individuals over the downtown area, more specifically the downtown area. So we want to make sure that we have enough revenues in there so that we don't fall short. We estimate about $41,000 for the full year. Now, eventually that money is going to be made up through building permit activity as it relates to rebuilding of downtown. But we got to be able to allocate it here so we can pay that consultant, and we'll recover it to building permit and building plan checks. In planning, we do have a couple of major projects. One is the zoning code update. We're utilizing a consultant to help us with the But the zoning code update, last year we spent about $35,000. This year we're scheduled to spend about $85,000. Of the total $100,000 that they quoted us over 2 years, this year where we expect to pay the bulk of that. And we do have, this is where we spend money on contract people such as the office assistants, the contract planners that come and assist us with extra work. So again, this jump was as a result of this zoning code update that we had to do, the bulk of it at least. And engineering, we have that money because we're right now utilizing the services of a lot of technical expertise for the public works projects that we have. We have soils engineers, we have transportation engineers to help us with grant administration. Now, eventually, all those monies are going to be recovered either through reimbursement of, Measure D funding. Where's Veronica? When we actually get refunds from the EDA grant, from refunds from all the grants that we have to administer. But we need to be able to have a line item so we can pay these consultants as they go.
So you're saying that as a structural engineer, you don't need to have anybody on staff because there's not enough work to...
Exactly. We don't have enough work to be able to staff somebody full-time to do plan checks, which is the reason why we end up using once or twice a week for 1 hour or 2 hours, and we end up sending all the stuff to San Diego anyways.
If your department is revenue generating, why you're also acting as you're the assistant city manager, and I would venture to guess that the role as an assistant city manager, it's interrupting your duties with all planning issues. I'm trying to comprehend why you do not have a planning manager or a planning, what was the other title?
Associate planner.
Senior planner. You have associate planner and you have the administrative assistant. But if you are acting, and you may be chuckling at the idea because of the budget, I'm just wondering why you can't put something together to justify hiring a planning manager at the expense of making other adjustments within your departments. He or she would be revenue generating, right?
Well, I mean, it's sort of a victim of the circumstance, I suppose. We've been having hiring freezes
I understand that, but
for 2 years. But
there's projects out there that need to be looked at on a day-to-day basis, and your dual role as assistant city manager is keeping you from doing the role of the planning manager. Correct?
To an extent, yes.
Okay, so if it's keeping you from the role as a planning manager, then everything is being delayed that much more, to an extent. I really would like for you you already have a building manager, you have an engineering manager. I really like to see what you can put together to see about you hiring a planning manager. That's it.
Anybody else? Any questions?
We were at the beginning of his presentation when he started. We're going to be receiving a more detailed report where the actual expenses from the last period.
Yes, that was requested.
Right, similar to the one that's like this, right?
Yes, we can do that. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Judy. Judy's going to help me.
Mr. Castro, did you have a question?
Yes, on expenditures in fiscal year 2009-2010, on administration, there is comparison with fiscal year 2010-2011. I'd like to know how can increase $12,000 compared to 2009-2010. I mean,
it was. I think under administration total expenditures, it was $11,000 that I wasn't being charged for the office space that I occupy, Every department pays for their fair share of the office space. For some reason, when they did the tally, they didn't include my 10 by 10 space. So I'm now having to pay $11,000 to the general fund for office space.
Okay, and planning, on fiscal year 2009-10, the fiscal year 2010-2011, you reduce $11,000. I mean, how can you reduce instead? I'm talking of expenditures.
Total?
How can you reduce that on planning? On the same, in administration, you increase $11,000, $12,000. In planning, you reduce $11,000. How can that? Can you explain that on expenditures?
There's a couple of accounts that we have that went down about $500 each. I think office supplies. For example, the advertising, we reduced it from $4,500 to $2,500. So it wasn't one single source of that. It was a
Seven.
It was
what kind of advertisement does either?
Well, for example, when we have a public hearing.
Okay.
Public hearing, we have to notice in the paper, and that's costs for things that are non-project related, like the sign ordinance, the housing element. And, the advertising are about $250 each. So there's a couple of accounts in here where we basically, in an attempt to try to reduce the budget, we lowered them by 20%, 15%. It wasn't very much cost savings, but it did cause an overall savings.
There is some money that the developers owe to the city. Did you came up with any process to collect the money? What I know is almost $1 million to collect from the developers' fees. Tell me that. What are you doing about that? To collect that kind of money, it's almost $1 million. Do you have something to say about that?
What I'm trying to work on is I'm trying to work on a strategy and a plan to be able to put together a plan to recover those amounts. I mean, a lot of those amounts were, they're outstanding from 2003, 2004, 2005, and it's I got to tell you, it's been difficult because there's all these other problems that come up. But it is my intent to make that a priority over the next 6 months to be able to come up with a plan. I mean, we send developers a bill, but they don't pay it. What do we do then? I mean, so we got to work with our city attorney's office to be able to develop ways, and our finance department to get more teeth into these things. The only thing I can do is to refuse to work on their projects, but then they always find a way to keep going.
It's $1 million. That's a lot of money. So you need to work on that. Also, a city manager. I don't know, what are you doing to avoid that, Victor, city manager?
We're trying to go through the legal process. They've sent some to collection. I mean, it's just a matter of going through the court system where they're coming through. You've had some of the developers that have owed money that have come before the city council to ask for a settlement in accepting 75% or 50% of what they owed. There's still others that have been in negotiation stage. But I agree with the planning director and the assistant city manager that we need to be able to implement a coordinated plan or effort that will allow us to not only collect, but to make them pay. Exactly. Otherwise, right now, if those developers or those projects that owe the city money, they can't proceed forward on their projects or introduce any new projects or developments without paying up what they currently owe the city.
So you are working on it. right? It's
Sorry?
going to be in 6 months. You've been working on it.
Yeah, there's been a lot of fires that they've been put in front of us, and the collection of the fees is another one. So I think once we get past this, the budget process and negotiations, my goal is to begin that process of coming up with a strategy to collect those monies.
Okay.
Like I said, it's got some legal implications. It's not as easy as knocking on their door and saying, "Hey, you got to pay us." It's quite an undertaking.
Okay, I read on the paper that the City of Calexico Coal Road project could not move forward because of the environmental constraints, which resulted in $996,000 unused Imperial County American Recovery Reinvestment Fund. The Drew Road project came under budget and left an additional $26,000 in American Recovery Reinvestment Funds for the county. I didn't read this, but can you explain how come this project, why the environmental constraints, do you know about it?
Let me answer that. First of all, regarding the IVC Press article that's citing the city needing to return grant funds for coal road improvements, that's correct. The city submitted a de-obligation letter because of environmental issues and study that was going to take longer than the grant funding timelines allowed. The city was going to be required to relocate 2 houses that belong to the Sam Barros family. We're talking about Coal Road between Bowker and Highway 98. And due to environmental mitigation regarding noise control, the second major funding issue was the 2 existing bridges on Coal Road needed to be widened twice their existing capacity. The third concern involved the widening of Coal Road from Bowker to Highway 98, and those 4 lanes would have created noise, and through the environmental study to how we were going to mitigate that and what it would entail. The city received $642,000 from the STP Local Transportation Fund for engineering costs and $996,000 for construction, but that was woefully short of completing the entire project. Another factor in the decision to return was based on the city traffic report projecting the growth of Calexico over the next 10 years into the future. It did not support building these bridges and widening this road at this time, not until 10 years from now. So rather than hold on to that money, trying to initiate the completion of the project, which would have cost the city millions more, because this amount of 1.6 million, 642,000 for engineering and 996,000 for the construction wasn't enough. It would only build you a small portion and not even address the bridges. So as a result, the city returned that money to the Imperial County Transportation Commission. We have made a request and a new application for $300,000 for reassignment to be used to supplement the ARA funding to complete the improvements on Emerson Avenue from Highway 98 to 3rd Street. Future funding requests, when that Coal Road project comes back again, or future funding requests for other road improvements in the city of Calexico will be looked at favorably by the Imperial County Transportation Commission that our mayor sits on as the elected official, that I sit on as a chairman for the city managers group, and we have representatives from the technical advisory committees, from planning, public works, and streets that sit on. So those situations sometimes come about. In other words, you get the funding, but are you ready to complete the project? Because they have to be shovel-ready. That's another requirement from the stimulus plan, is that the projects had to be shovel-ready. In other words, you get the money, you're ready to break ground. We were not shovel-ready. And it's not the fault of the city, it's that the environmental studies hadn't been made. The developers that own the projects on the north side of that coal road between Bowker and Highway 98 hadn't come through to the city to request that their projects go forward, and they would have provided impact fees to help supplement the overall funding.
And how much money does the city pay for the consultants? I mean,
Probably about 35,000. The city probably paid about 35,000 upfront, and thanks to the money that the city spent, the city didn't engage into spending additional funding, because if we only have about 900,000 for the construction, and the construction, at the end ended up probably will cost about 4.5 million. It's like the city just didn't have the other, because when you have a project in the Regional Transportation Improvement Program listed, you are supposed to complete it within a time frame, and in addition to that, it has to be, the full description. The full description of the project included the widening of 2 bridges and the widening of the road, and because of the environmental studies, the results, it resulted into the relocation of these 2 properties, just like getting into the legal.
but excuse me,
Yes.
but you knew about that.
No, we didn't until we had.
You are in engineering.
No.
You knew about that? There is a road, and there's 2 houses up there on the road, and you didn't know about that? You are engineering, you don't know about that?
Let me explain you. The houses are not within the right-of-way of the road.
Okay.
The houses are close enough for the
Okay.
environmental people to believe that
Either
the noise
in the middle or on the
will
side.
be an impact. So it's the impact that the environmental studies showed, the ones that came up and say, it was like, it's impossible that we can clear this project without relocating those houses. Those are not on the road. The city has the right of way.
No matter in the middle or in the side, but those houses are there, and you are engineering, you're supposed to know that. That's my point.
Well, the specific environmental studies are required to do the noise impact. It's like, do you have to evaluate those through just like specific studies and expertise? I'm an engineer, but we don't know everything, and we don't have a crystal ball. We need to conduct certain studies to have results, and the results have to be substantiated. You cannot just come and say, I think that this is going to happen. You have to have the facts. And the city conducted those to make sure that, it's like with ICTC, it's like the city did everything that was possible to complete the project. However, it's like sometimes projects are just not feasible. In this case, it was not feasible to complete the environmental, and it was not feasible for the city to construct the widening of the road when it wasn't needed right now. The traffic studies show that in 20 years, we're going to need the widening, but not right now. We don't have justification to do it right now.
So in the long run, it would have cost the city a lot more money if we were to move forward on this?
A lot more.
Okay.
Well, in essence, when they say there's not justification because of the traffic study, in other words, the expected monies or needed monies from the federal government, if there's no justification, they won't forward the money.
Right.
10 years from now, they may see justification because of the the number of daily trips that are going through there and the housing development that takes place there in the future, that then the road improvements would be necessary. But right now, that's vacant farmland. They don't see the need or demand for a 4-lane road.
Right.
And so as a result, they're not sending us money. So we only had about 25% of the overall funding that was going to be needed to build it out completely. And we weren't going to get that money coming, so we were not in a position to expend general fund money to support that project.
Now, would this money be available at a later date when it would be needed in the, for the widening, you said in 10 years, or is that money lost?
No, we anticipate it to be ready because remember, transportation dollars are
revolving,
are constantly coming in. Measure D monies are always being, the gasoline tax is being generated. Secondly, the transportation bills and appropriations at the federal level run in 5-year cycles. And so you don't get all the funding from design to delivery at the first stage. It goes through stages. As I mentioned to one of your colleagues the other day in explaining the Brawley bypass, that's the freeway project that's taking Highway 111 around Brawley. We're still waiting for the third phase funding to come through to complete that, and that project was initiated in 1991. So here we are in 2010, and it's still not completed, and you still have the heavy trucks and the RVs going through Main Street Brawley. And that creates a safety issue as well as impacting their storefronts and their economy, et cetera. So it certainly wasn't the fault of staff. The environmental impact studies, the reports take months to a year and a half to 2 years. 2, you have to have public hearings. And once the report is given back to the city on how you're going to negate or mitigate any of the issues, whether it's air quality, whether it's noise, what have you, whether it's dealing with the removal or moving of animals like the burrowing owl, et cetera. If those timelines don't coincide with the funding, you can't spend the money that you don't have, one, and two, you cannot spend money on road projects or transportation projects unless you have the 100% amount to do it. Okay. It's not like remodeling your house where you'll make payments. You have to have the complete funding, and the funding can take up to 5 years to receive.
Thank you, Mr. Carrillo. Thank you, Mr. Villa and City Engineer. Maybe that would be something that we need to look at our goals and objectives as grant funding 101, because of the complexity and the intricacies of how that money comes into play. And I think we'd be better off knowing that process as a team, because it's very complicated. We had a couple of speakers that wanted to speak on item 21. Oh, were you done?
No, I'm done.
You have a question? Okay.
Thank you.
Good evening. Mike Davies, 933 6th Street. Rewinding a little bit here because the big dollar amounts went on for a while. I'm going to rewind and go back to, taking care of the pennies and the dollars will take care of themselves. I'm curious as to, would you consider your code enforcement division or department proactive or reactive, Mr. Armando Villa? Well, I waited a while for this.
Well, you need to understand that the whole purpose of code enforcement as it was developed originally was to be able to deal with construction activity and nuisance.
Yeah.
But the code enforcement department has grown to a lot more things like business license, downtown.
Right.
And the department hasn't grown. So right now, the department is reactive because there's only 2 code enforcement officers.
The reason I asked that is because you made a statement earlier that houses in disrepair are not a problem in the city because you hadn't received complaints. And I'm wondering if you have a code enforcement officer. I understand that you have one stuck in the office, and that's the second question. But if you have a code enforcement officer that is out and about it really doesn't take a brain surgeon to notice, hey, you know what? Nobody's been in this house for a year. Grass is overgrown, trash all over the place. And these are nice areas of town, supposedly the nice areas of town. And I'm just wondering if you could maybe provide how many citations have been issued, what type of income have we received from those citations, and what's being done about that?
You know, well, code enforcement wasn't developed to make money. You know,
No, I understand that, but I mean, if you drive up Encinas Avenue, you can, Fifth and Encinas,
the citation,
there's a house on the corner there.
The
It's been there for
citation
5
authority
years.
was basically to get more teeth to get people to do what they need to do.
Right.
It wasn't it's not a system to develop to make money. Obviously, we don't like to ticket people. We give them
Well, nobody likes to ticket people, but that's the job.
three notice of violations before we ultimately resort to the last one, which is a ticket. But, yeah, we can do that. I mean,
I know that
most of our activity is reactive. We do get a lot of complaints.
Well, you see, now you're
for-
contradicting yourself. You said you didn't get very many complaints. That's what, I'm sure that a lot of people here are aware
Most
of all
of the
these houses.
complaints are nuisance related.
Right.
Related to basketball courts on the sidewalk, cars parked outside. Most of the complaints we get are basically neighbors fighting against each other because a tree is overhanging, things like that. These are nuisance abatement type of things. The statement I made is that we haven't received very many complaints about houses being a problem. Vacant houses.
So do you well, that's what I'm getting at. Do you give direction to your, code enforcement officers to go after things that they see and not wait till a citizen gets fed up with seeing a house in disrepair?
I'll answer that.
Sure.
The city council gave direction back in early this year about generating more revenue when the budget and sales tax was decreasing, et cetera, and what have you, and the economy was in the recession, not only nationwide and statewide, but also in the county of Imperial and Calexico. And direction was given by me to the planning department to restructure their code enforcement, breaking down the city into quadrants, into different sections, and assigning their personnel to go out and address certain days of the week, so many hours, et cetera, because you come back and you do the paperwork and what have you to follow it all the way through. The earthquake on April 4th had an impact where all of a sudden their energies, was rechanneled to the downtown area and to other buildings that were structurally damaged. The integrity of those structures was damaged, et cetera. They have less personnel. You make a good point. We need to readdress. We've laid off people. I've had people come back that were laid off and talk to me about creating a position or positions for them that would generate revenue, code enforcement, going after delinquent business licenses, going after the swap meet, the vendors in the swap meets, downtown, et cetera, et cetera. And so we're going to look at that. And I think that's what you're proposing as well, that you're making yourself available. You've already indicated that to me previously. And so we'll certainly look at that, because out of every situation, there's an opportunity as well as a challenge. And we'll certainly face that, and that certainly has been. I'm not using the earthquake as an excuse, but the city first was in a recovery mode, first an assessment mode, then a recovery mode, and now we're in a rebuilding and getting back on our feet mode, et cetera. And we've been successful, but it's not something that's going to happen overnight. And so we'll take your advice, your recommendations under advisement, et cetera, and you may be getting a call in the near future, et cetera. But,
Okay, I'm not really making this about me. It's just I'd like my neighborhood to look nice, and I don't like abandoned cars all over the place and houses that are in disrepair. The second part of my inquiry, my question here is, how cost effective is it that we have a code enforcement officer in-house answering phones? I understand that's a pretty good paying job, and wonder what the comparison would be with a receptionist as opposed to a code enforcement officer, full-timer.
Well, how that department has addressed their administrative needs and what services need to be provided. Secondly, I understand your point, where you're saying if somebody's paid to do a particular job, they should be doing that job and performing, those duties, and that'll be something we'll address immediately.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Davies.
Mayor?
Yes.
Since we're still on the, with Mr. Villa, I want to make a point clear, Mr. Villa, and it seems that you probably took it in the different direction. My question really is why do you not have a planning manager instead of something, or instead of a planning assistant or whatever the position is? What I'm looking to is if it's the person that you have as, what is it, planning assistant, not the senior planner, the other one?
Manager.
No.
Associate.
Planning associate planner. This person is not qualified to move up in the ranks, to maybe be the senior planner and eventually the planner manager. I'm not asking you to necessarily go out and bring a planning manager in. It's just to make some choices where it could be much more productive to you to have a planning manager than having an associate planner. Now, again, this could be something where the associate planner could be moving up in the ranks within your department. It may be eventually to be that person, but it is not for you to incur another expense as a third employee in that department, but more so maybe making some decisions and making some adjustments there.
Okay, would it be prudent at this time, building is slow, to hire another employee?
Well,
We haven't built a house.
No, planning. Planning, they always have issues of planning.
Well, I mean, yeah, I understand.
And they already have the other two managers, and probably, I don't know. You can say which department is the busiest of the three? The planning, the building, or the?
Engineering.
Engineering.
I think that they're all pretty busy. Well,
if they're all pretty busy.
I mean, they're all busy. I mean, I can't say that one's busier than the next or the other. They're all pretty busy. The associate planner right now deals with a lot of the current planning issues, the day-to-day activities, the counter, the phone calls, how do I do this, what the process is. Where I need probably assistance will be in a senior level person that can deal with developers, and solve issues with developers at the same time, and then, be sort of a technical hands-on person too. I mean, it's not, I don't think it's one person that can deal with it. I think it's a combination of several people that we need. It's just that we're with the situation, we're making it work what we have.
But what you need is somebody that can make decisions in the planning department, and I'm going to interpret that the planning associate cannot make those decisions, maybe where a senior planner can, and it frees up, well, not only does it free up more of your time to handle other issues, but also where these projects can continue to go forward and not have to wait until you are available to authorize them to go forward. You said a while ago, ACM duties is taking plenty of your time, and I see and I hear about projects that are being detained because of your unavailability. So I'm talking about you might say as a term was used, but the gentleman here is being more on a proactive measure. And now I'm going to write what his concerns is not only houses, but there are properties out there that are not properly, empty lots that are not properly maintained. Your code enforcer should be enforcing. Shouldn't be waiting for a phone call, regardless if no call has ever been made. I understand your thoughts a little while ago, and I agree with them that you should make that the owner of the home, owner of the property, given every opportunity to do what they have to do with that property, but not indefinitely. And this is where maybe a 3-strike notice, and every notice will be issued every X period, whatever that happens to be. But you should initiate something.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Romero. Ms. Aguilar, did you have something to say, item 21? Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, we're moving on to the next presentation. Mrs. Toller.
We didn't add revenues to the handouts that you got in your packet, in your agenda packet. So I have just a newer version for you. It's basically the same thing, it just has revenues. And the revenues are on the top yellows.
Pretty color.
And I gave you a color copy of the
Holy
presentation so you don't
mackerel.
have to strain your neck.
Quería esa información, ¿no está?
So Sandra Toller, Director of Community Services. And Community Services is comprised of 3 divisions: the Library, Recreation, and Cultural Arts. And I'm going to go through and tell you what it is that we do, who helps us get it done, and how much it costs. So to start off with, you have a copy of our organizational chart. As you can see, I have 3 divisions. They're colored in blue: Library, Recreation, and Cultural Arts. And as I cover each division, I will go into details. That's kind of hard to read because it's so small. First, I'm going to cover the library, and I'm not going to read all of these sheets to you, all of these slides. But basically, the library is there to meet cultural, educational, informational, and artistic needs. So we are there for every single need. If it's information, if you want to learn something, if you want to practice something, if you can't afford to go to school and take a class, you go to the library and you find information. If you want to enjoy an art show, we participate in that. So, and then we also try to do it with using technology so that we can level the playing field for those who are not as fortunate and cannot afford computers and internet at home. So in our organizational chart, you can see that I have an executive assistant, and then I have 2 reference librarians. In the green font, you can see the people who were recently laid off. We had our children's services coordinator, who was a permanent part-timer, our custodian, which we talked about earlier, and 4 library assistant ones who were permanent part-time. We lost a total of 6 people in this division. We are left with 6 full-timers, not counting myself, and it's 2 librarians. One dedicates most of her time to our webpage and to doing reference and helping with management, and the other one focuses on doing reference, and that's helping do research for students and also in our literacy program. Our library technicians, we have 2 of them. One focuses on circulation and the other one focuses on processing new materials. And then the library assistants are the ones who help move the work, anything that needs to be shelved, any information, just customer service. It's a lot of customer service. The library has an administrative library board. It's comprised of 5 people appointed by you. The president is Margarita de Necochea, Norberto Núñez, Armida Romero, Gaspar Cuevas, and Elaine Perez. And I just want to give you a few stats about the activity during the past year. We used to be open 55 hours a week. We are now only open 40 hours a week because of the cuts in our budget, in our personnel. We circulate 90,000 books a year. That means people physically take 90,000 books. And in-house use means the books that they use and leave on the table, that they don't actually check out, and there's almost 53,000. We have over 22,000 people who have an active library card, and if you calculate that, that's a little over 50% of our population. And we also have about 17,400 internet users. That is a high percentage too. Because of the composition of our community and the low income level, many people don't have a computer at home. And many times when they have a computer at home, they don't have internet access. So the library is the only place where they can have free access to the internet, and they can have classes for free so that they can learn and they can use those skills in their education and in their personal life. We also have a very active program. We're very active in programming. During this past year, we had a total of 391 programs, and I'm going to go in detail about what these programs are. But if you calculate about how many days we're open during the year, you subtract all the holidays, and it's about 2 programs a day. So that keeps us really busy, and that is the extra thing we do aside from checking out and answering questions and directing people to different sources of information. So the first part of the services that I want to cover is children's services. We have a very active children's department, and this is one of the areas that's going to be severely affected because of our layoffs. We no longer have the children's services coordinator, and although we can do some of the things, we will be lacking the expertise of that person. We have story hour once a week. We alternate between English and Spanish. We have a very active summer family reading program that covers all ages. We try to say that we serve people from 0 to 99, and if you're above 99, we have something for you too. We have a Read to Me program that is for children who don't yet read. People in their family, whether it's siblings or parents or grandparents, can read to them, because the earlier you start reading to a child, the more they will get to love it and the better they will do in school. So we try to start when they're infants. We invite the parents to come and share time with their children in books, and it's just part of what we do. We try to incorporate all ages. And then we have a regular reading club, which is for school-age children who already read. We have an extremely busy summer reading program. It's 6 weeks full of activities for all ages. We also try to reach out to the teens. The teens are a hard group to reach. They're not interested in much that looks like learning. Or they're not interested in anything that looks like they have to follow the rules. And that's just the nature of being a teenager. So we do Guitar Hero, we do music programs, beat programs, decorate t-shirts, all sorts of things that draws them in, and then we give them a book. And the hope is that they will eventually build their home library and read some of these books, and all it takes is one good book. When you read one book, you get hooked. If you get to high school and you have never read that one book, don't become a reader. So that's why we try to reach them at an early age. But we keep trying. We keep trying throughout their educational years. So we also have activities for adults. Like I told you, it's a family summer reading program, so we keep busy. We have a book discussion group, and within about the last year and a half, actually it was during the centennial, so it was in 2008, we started a poetry club. It's very popular because you don't just want to read, people sometimes want to write, and then they want to share what they wrote. So our poetry club is very popular too. On a daily basis, we have after-school activities. All of the kids many kids come to the library after school to do their homework or to wait for their parents to get out of work at 5. So they're kind of roaming around doing nothing. So we have after-school activities to keep them busy. We also partner with Neighborhood House to provide after-school snacks, because if you remember when you used to get out of school, you were hungry, very hungry, and you had to wait till dinner time. So we've always wished that we could afford to feed them. We never were able to, and now with this partnership with Neighborhood House, we provide, during the summer it's an actual lunch, and during the school year it's a snack. So we're able to do that. Some of the programs we have for adults, and you can go to the next one.
Families for Literacy is a grant that we get from the State Library. It is to help parents teach their children about early literacy skills. I just mentioned to you that the earlier you start reading to a child and you start playing word games and letter games and color games, they will be more ready for school. So Families for Literacy is a program that allows us to help parents learn parenting skills, learn about the resources available at the library. You would be amazed at how many people still tell me, oh, you don't rent books? Like we're a video rental store, but a book rental store. And so we're constantly having to explain that, no, this is a place where you can come and use materials, borrow materials, spend some of your time, learn something, enjoy something, and just enjoy family time sometimes. So we also have an active adult literacy program. We help adults improve their English reading skills. It's not an ESL program. It is someone who reads at a 3rd or 4th grade level who would like to get a better job or who would like to be able to help their children with their homework, and their children now are in 6th and 7th grade and they were left behind. So we help them improve their reading skills by providing one-on-one tutoring with a volunteer tutor. We make heavy use of volunteers and we give them training so that they are able to have 1-hour sessions with their learner. And they can improve. Sometimes they want to get a GED, sometimes they want to get a driver's license, other times they want to read the Bible because they don't know how. So it's personal goal oriented. The learner decides what he wants to learn, and then we work on improving it. Reading is Fundamental is a national reading program to promote reading, and we get a grant to provide 5 programs a year. We have kind of like a little mini children's fair throughout the library with lots of activities, arts and crafts and games and video and a movie, and it's just all over the place. There's different activities. We get an average of about 200 to 300 children during those times, and then they all get to go home with a free book. And the idea is that if you own your book, you will be more likely to read it. And so if the family brings 5 children, each child goes home with a book. And each child gets to choose the book they want. And one of the challenges we have is to get parents to learn that it's the child's book, so the child should be able to choose it. Because many times they say, oh no, we already have, you know, so-and-so has it, you don't need it. But if it's gonna be my book, it doesn't matter if my brother has it or my sister has it. So that's what Reading is Fundamental is. Reach Out and Read is a program we have at Clínicas de Salud. We do a lot of outreach. We try to take reading outside the library because we know that not all people walk into the libraries wanting to be spoon-fed any kind of reading. So Reach Out and Read uses pediatricians to prescribe reading to parents. So when the parent brings the child to the well baby visits, you know how they go at 5 months and 12 months and 18 months and 24 months, and I haven't had a baby in a long time, so I don't really know the ages, but they go for their shots. Then the doctor talks about, oh, is he sitting? Is he talking? Is he doing this? Oh, and I want you to read, and hands them a book. So that's a program that we run with Clínicas de Salud. I've been talking about programs. I've been talking about things we do other than basic library services. And then we also provide basic library services. We answer questions, we help people do research, we provide free internet access, we provide language software, we provide audiobooks. So there's a whole host of services that you come and get. It's not that we plan for you to invite you to come to do, it's just regular services, and so that's a list of what we offer. I already mentioned assistance with homework. We also have class visits. Teachers bring their students in, and we help them learn how to use the library. And we also have had services at William Moreno. We have a branch, but unfortunately with the loss of staff, we will not be able to maintain it. And as soon as I can figure out how to open that, I will, but I haven't figured that out yet. So we won't be able to be at William Moreno this fall. So the next slide is actually the budget, and you have the budget in these sheets because you said you wanted to see 3 years of historical information. I can go through on the slide. I only put this year's requested budget and recommended budget because the print would have been like really small. You wouldn't have seen it. So, as you can see, even though the amount for part-timers is in there, that is one of the cuts that has been made. So what I want to do is actually just point out a couple of, you can go to the next one, a couple of lines where, the line on top here, where it says books, we have $10,800. $11,800? I'm trying to do it off my top of my head. $11,800. Remember earlier when I told you that I had been able to reallocate money so that I could hire a custodian? I am choosing to cut $5,000 from books and magazines and not buy $5,000 worth of books and magazines so that I can have a custodian. So that's how I came up with. It's not that it's not important and it's not that I didn't need it. It's that I have to prioritize. So if somebody needs to clean the library, maybe we can do with fewer books this year. So I wanted to point that out. Our book budget used to be $50,000 and it's at 11. So everybody's hurting. And you can think, well, why do we need books? You have the internet. Well, not everything is on the internet. Not everyone wants to sit and read, enjoy a book on the internet. And the internet sometimes doesn't work. So books are still very important. We also have a whole collection of magazines, and that allows us to provide magazines in different interest areas for people who can't afford them. So we have people who on a daily basis come and read the newspaper. We have people on a weekly basis who know when Newsweek comes out, when Time comes out, they come and read the Wall Street Journal, because that is the service that our department provides for them to, and I always call it level the playing field. It is providing something they wouldn't otherwise have. I can't think of any other line that I would want to point out. It's very basic, it's very low. You can see not much went up, most things went down or stayed the same. You can go on. So there's no travel money. And then right here on line 54006 in the library budget, you can see student programs. And that's where we budget the money for all those programs that we've been telling you we desperately need. And we desperately need them, so I appreciate that you supported that. So I think that's all. Unless you have any questions about the library, you can move forward. The other part of the library, which now has its own budget, is the Carnegie Technology Center. As you know, it was recently renovated, and it was opened in January of 2009. Unfortunately, it didn't have a budget at the time, so we were only open one day a week. We were open on Mondays. During this past year, we were able to secure a budget, and we are open 4 days a week, Monday through Thursday, 3 to 8. And I'm going to do my best to keep those hours. During the school year, a lot of kids have homework that they need to come and do. They have to do research, and sometimes they just want to play a game, and they don't get to do it at home. So when their friend says, oh, did you see this website or did you do that? Many kids would not be able to say, yes, I did it, because they don't have internet at home, and they come to the library and they use their time to learn. And playing is a method of learning. So we have free classes. We teach Word, Excel. Actually, we have the programs, Word, Excel, Publisher, PowerPoint, and Access. And we teach Excel, email, and basic internet navigation. So people who don't know how to do email, come to the Carnegie, we will teach you how. People who don't know how to search the internet, and you kind of think that that's impossible, but the older we are, the more likely we are not to know or not to have enough experience. So we will help you, and we do open evenings. So you can go to the next one.
Question.
Yes?
So right now, currently, what are the hours for the Carnegie Library?
What we do is in the summer, we do inventory and we try to regroup and reorganize. So usually the satellites are closed during August. It's the slowest time of the month, of the year. We will reopen on September 1st.
And the hours?
Actually, we should be, now that you approved this, we should be able to open on the first day of school.
And
As soon as we
again,
process the paperwork.
and again, the hours will be
The hours will be definitely 4 to 8,
daily or?
Monday through Thursday.
I'll try to be part of the solution, but Sandra, as an educator, I will be willing to help, but for whatever reasons, the high school kids, now, I don't know how many, but there's enough that get my attention. I know you're going to find this hard to believe. They still don't know that we have this.
Yes.
And I was aghast when I mentioned it, and I wanted to incorporate extra credit for them to go over there and use it for homework. So we need to work on that, and I'll be happy to be part of that solution or movement.
You know, we do advertise, we send flyers to the schools, we ask to be placed on the bulletin, we talk to the kids when they come in, and until there is a specific need and an interest in something that they need to do, they don't really pay attention, and that's just nature and the nature of being human.
Yeah, well,
Until
the
we're
kids-
interested, we don't pay attention, so we will continue.
Well, maybe we need to target the
promote.
teachers, to get the teachers to have that out front and constantly reminding them.
Yes, we can do that.
She sends a bulletin every day. I get it. Do you get it? Just forward it to the person who makes a bulletin at the school and then put it on the bulletin.
Yes, I drive you crazy with emails. Forward them to your friends.
You know, there's a Welcome Back Teachers event that's put on by the Chamber of Commerce and the community responds to. And then when you have your faculty orientation, possibly the library director can be at both events and give a
We are already planning to be.
and give a short spill on what's available.
Good idea.
And let the teachers know as well,
Yeah.
throughout the school district, that the Carnegie Library is available, as well as the library.
We have already made arrangements to participate in the teachers' event. So in the Carnegie Technology Center budget, there is not much of interest. Everything is utilities. And now that we'll be able to hire one of our part-timers on a limited basis, well, then we'll have a little bit of part-time money in our part-time line item. The budget is $18,680. It was $51 last year. And I'm hoping that as soon as the economy recuperates a little bit, we'll be able to increase that.
May we go back to the budget for the library?
Yes.
On item 52,225, materials and
Yes.
supplies. That's a huge increase from $2,000 to
Oh,
$22,000.
you know what?
Where is it?
52225.
First page.
Fund 101.
Yes. I'm trying to see this line.
Start from the bottom.
No, I do. It's a mistake.
Is it updated in the report you
No,
just gave
what
us?
happened was because we were doing those 4 years, and not every year has the same line items. If you notice, there were a bunch of zeros. We didn't skip those zeros, and so they're 2 lines off.
Oh, okay.
But here's the correct.
Oh, okay.
You just have to look at the front page. I apologize for that.
Oh, it's 2,000.
It should be the same amount. Did I skip you?
Thank you.
So the 52225, you see it was $2,000 and it's still $2,000.
Okay.
Are there any other ones that may have been skipped? or-
I don't think so.
Just that?
I caught it when I was sitting there and then I forgot to give you those copies.
So if I'm
I
understanding.
double checked them and triple checked them and I still had that. I apologize.
So if I'm understanding then correctly, then the items that are the computer equipment and the advertising and promotions, then those are zero because.
Yes, those should have been 0, and so we're off by 2 lines on this one.
All the way down from there.
So, but the one I just handed you is correct.
Correct.
Thank you.
And materials and supplies is what we use for special programming if we buy prizes, if we feed them pizza. So we really, really stretch those $2,000 and we walk around with our hand extended for donations. So the next division that I want to talk about is cultural arts. The mission statement is to provide leadership in the development of cultural opportunities for the community of Calexico by encouraging diverse and widespread participation and education in the arts. We want to teach and promote the arts. We have a commission, an arts commission, and we have 5 commissioners appointed by you, obviously: Soledad Salazar, Judith Mazon, Sergio Gaitán, Hildy Carrillo, and recently appointed Fernando Martinez. As you know, the De Anza Hotel was damaged with the earthquake, so our Cultural Arts Center has been closed since April. We had been waiting to hear when it was expected that it would be open, and as far as I know, it's around the beginning of next year. So we will attempt to continue our programming at that site once it's available. But because it's not available, we will use different sites around town to still do art shows, to still do musical presentations, and work with different groups to continue to provide art and culture. Some of the programs that we offer are plays, art exhibits, photo exhibits, poetry festivals, artist gatherings. One of the things we did a survey and asked, what is it you would like to see? Mr. Hodge, Councilman Hodge was on the Arts Commission at the time, and many artists told us, well, there's nowhere for us to gather, there's nowhere for us to share with other artists what it is that we do and how much we enjoy what we do. So we had a total of 4 artist gatherings, 1 per quarter, and we would invite the artists to come and share with each other, and they really enjoyed that, and there is no other venue for that in the Imperial County, so we'll certainly try to continue that. And this budget is super, super basic. You have that. No quiso moverse. And here is where I found the ability or the opportunity to move a little bit of money for my part-timers that I requested earlier. So if it's blue, you can see we don't have a telephone. We disconnected it because obviously we're not there at the Cultural Arts Center. We're not going to be doing building maintenance. We're not going to be using the attorneys. We're never going to have a problem. Contract services includes monitoring, alarm monitoring, and that kind of thing, so we're not paying that either. We cancel. So we try to cancel everything we can because the building is non-functional. So I was able to find the next one. I was able to reallocate. I didn't find it. I reallocated it. $6,050. So that's towards those $22,000 that I talked about earlier. And the only, if you can go back one, the only place where I did keep the allocation was in 52225, that same account that you had asked about before, because that's where we pay for invitations and setup and everything that has to do with an art show or a play or anything that is program related.
So what is the status of the De Anza Hotel?
They are working with RDA to try to secure some funding, and they are planning on starting and hopefully completing the project by the beginning of 2011.
It'll be coming before you sometime in September, the request from Chelsea through the RDA board, I believe about $700,000 for rehabilitation to the Hotel De Anza. And with that opportunity, then the Cultural Arts Center can also be rehabbed so that hopefully within 3 to 6 months, the work will be completed and we're able to, not only for the seniors to move back in, but also the Cultural Arts Center to be utilized again as a community jewel.
You can go to the next one. And so, so then the total budget, you can see, went from $57,000 to $14,000. You can go to the next one. And then recreation is the third area that I oversee. And we have in that department 4 full-time positions: a recreation programs coordinator, a sports program coordinator, a senior programs coordinator, and an administrative assistant, although it says secretary right there. I made a mistake. We did have 4 custodians, and they were temporary, so they were the type of employee who works 1,000 hours or less. And we did have 14 recreation leaders. And unfortunately, these 18 people lost their job in the first cycle of layoffs because they were temps. So they didn't need to be given a 30-day notice. We did use recreation leaders for our Fun Family Fridays because we would not have been able to have those programs without them, but that was the only thing they were doing. They were working 5 hours a week for that program. We have a Recreation Commission, and those are the people who are on the Recreation Commission. We have classes for youth, and we try to cover all interests, all levels, different age levels, different level of expertise. So we just try to figure out where it is that people are interested in having their children learn something. And so we have guitar in Hawaiian. Hawaiian was particularly popular when we had it. And we alternate depending on what's popular. Right now, Zumba is really popular. So we end up with 2 or 3 classes sometimes of the same because we have a lot of interest. And then sometimes we have something that's very popular one semester. We kind of go by what you would consider a school semester from September through December, and then from January through May, and then we do a summer session. So we try to alternate so that we can have different and interesting categories for people to choose from. You can go to the next one. We also have classes for adults, and salsa is very popular, guitar is popular, and then we try to do things that not everybody wants to move, not everybody wants to exercise. People want to decorate cakes, decorate apples. Have you ever eaten those apples that have chili on them? So we have a class for apples. We have a crocheting group, so some people want to do their activity sitting down. So we try to provide just different kinds of activities for different interests. We have a whole host of special events. We try to celebrate different things and provide the community with a very affordable way to celebrate Valentine's Day, to celebrate Grandparents' Day. We have had the daddy-daughter dance, I believe, 4 years. It is very, very popular. It's a mini prom for a dad and his daughter or daughters. And this year, for the first time, we had the mom and son dance. And so that was the mom and the son coming to a mini prom, and they loved it. So we just try and cover all the types of activities that we can think of. In sports, we have youth sports. We have basketball, soccer, dodgeball, baseball, softball. We try to cover all kinds of areas. We also have, we have activities for the very young and for adults. When children are 3 to 7, they don't know how to dribble a ball. They don't know how to follow the rules of the game. They don't really know what is expected in team sports. So we have something called Me and All Sports, where we teach them skills that will eventually allow them to become members of a team and understand the rules of the game. So we have a variety of sports programs, and we will not be able to provide as many because of the shortage of the rec leaders that we no longer have.
Sandra, let me understand. The programs that you just pointed out, adult and children, they are going on, right? And
they haven't started yet. They will be starting in September.
There just some people from the community were coming to me and saying, "Oh my Lord, is it true we're going to close down the community center? Are we going to close down all these classes?"
You see, what happened was that towards the end of last year, we were trying to spend as little as possible so that we would not end the year in the red. So we had very limited summer activities. And then after we had the preliminary budget approved, it was still not clear how much money we were going to have. So I told staff, let's wait until September. We'll have a clearer idea of how much we have and how we can spread it, because if our budget had been cut further, I can't sit there and say, well, let's have this awesome summer program, and then we don't do anything for the rest of the year because we didn't have enough. So I'm really trying to stretch the money and make it last as long as possible. So that's why people were saying, oh, they're not doing it, because we had, in previous years, I want to tell you 15 or 20 different options, and this summer we had 3 or 4.
So it's only been this summer?
Yes.
Okay.
So in the recreation budget, the only thing that I think I want to point out to you is, if you go to the next page, is our programming. 52225 is materials and supplies, and recreation programs is 60,000. That's where we pay all of the teachers. We pay the teachers who teach our ballet and our flamenco and our aerobics and all of those classes. We pay them 70% of what comes in. So the student pays us, let's say $25, and let's say we have 15 students, and then we pay the teacher 70% of what we collected. So we keep 30%. And we keep that for utilities and cleanup and all of that. We frequently also, we have in the last couple of years asked teachers to lower their fees so that it's more affordable. So we try really, really hard to make things affordable. Like, for instance, a guitar class might be $25 a month, as opposed to private lessons that are $15 or $20 for half an hour. And they meet twice a week for the whole month. So even though you may think $25 is a cost, it's something a parent can afford that is much more accessible than it would be to take them to a private teacher or a tutor. So those were the only 2 things that I could think of to point out, and that's where we do our programming, and that's the money we have to stretch out for the whole year. Everything else is electricity and telephone, and you can go. Did you have a question, Miss Councilman Hurtado? Okay, you can go to the next. Oh, community center. Community center has a separate budget, and I've always wondered why, but it just does. And the community center is for running of the community center. It's not recreation programs. Recreation is the programs, and the community center is the buildings. So in the community center, the biggest thing that I can tell you is that we rent the community center for parties and weddings and quinceañeras. And when we did implement the Maximus user fee study, we increased our prices because they were radically low. And our rentals have gone down a little bit, but I think people are starting to get used to the new price. It was a big shock to go from $300, it was $400 to $650, or $600, $400 to $600. But if you compare prices around town, it's actually still very affordable. So community center is just the running of the building. There's really nothing that I would need to point out in that budget. It's very basic. We had the aquatic events this summer, and I wanted to let you know that we had 2,252 participants during the 6 weeks. The first week we had 267 people. The second week, 181. 398, 565, 445, and 396. So we were pretty packed. People loved it. The kids just had a ball. And we made heavy use of volunteers. We had 5 or 6 rec leaders working because not all of them were available. And we had a lot of volunteers. As a matter of fact, Hildy volunteered and got soaked.
And it truly was family nights, because you go to a swimming pool, only the bathers, the kids that are dressed or in their bathing suits, are allowed into the pool area. And so the parents or family would have to sit out in a separate area or what have you. But here at Crummett Park, with all these water slides and wading pools for the toddlers and what have you, you had families out there in a picnic atmosphere with their chairs, their lawn chairs, their blankets, etc. And there was a lot of interaction. And so they were very, very successful. And Sandra and her staff are to be commended
Absolutely.
for coming up with that alternative option as a result of the closure of the pool, and really creating a true community event. So congratulations.
Thank you. And I have to tell you that we started out the first event with 3 of the slides and 1 of the dry dino jumps, and we ended with 6 water slides and 1 dino jump and 2 wading pools.
Sounds like
because we couldn't accommodate the crowds. And when the crowd is too big and you don't have enough enough resources, then the lines would get really long and the kids would get impatient. So it kept growing and growing. It was really nice. Okay, and so the pool, this is another place where I told you that because the pool won't be open, so we had $10,000 allocated for chemicals and we had $1,500 for programming. That's where I came up with $11,000 of the previously mentioned $22,000. You can go. And then senior services, as you saw earlier today, we got a check from Heffernan Memorial Board for $25,000. So we will be able to have a very active health and wellness program. We do aerobics, arts and crafts, games, crocheting. We try to keep their bodies moving and their minds functioning so that they can be more active for a longer period of time. We provide activities at the community center, and we also visit the senior sites. So we literally take the activity to the senior housing complex every afternoon so that the seniors who don't have cars or are not mobile, or someone in a walker might not feel like, oh, I have to go to the community center. We take the activities to them so that they can participate there. And there's just a couple of pictures. And the senior budget is $10,200, but now with the 25 that we got, it's much healthier. And that's all I have. Our department works on keeping people informed and keeping people in action. Do you have any questions?
Thank you, Mrs. Toller. It was a great presentation.
Thank you.
You show a lot of passion in what you do. And I'm glad our city of Calexico has now become a Fahrenheit 451 society at this point. We're saving some books, so congratulations. Any questions here from the panel?
No, Mrs. Toller and staff, I want to commend you again. When I see all this happening for the children or for all ages, I mean, it truly is a major, major area of what we mean by the quality of life, the heart and soul of this community. So,
thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Toller? I hate to be the party pooper.
That's okay.
And I know I'm going to get a call from my sister afterwards.
Did you find another typo?
No, it's not so much a typo. It's, we're trying to get everybody to reduce their expenses, and your library is going to be increased by about $88,000.
Correction, Mr. Romero, it's our library. You have pronoun trouble. You keep using the word your. It's our
her
library.
library.
No,
She manages it.
it's our library.
The city's library. Is that better? The city's library has $88,000 additional for its budget.
You mean from last year to this year?
Yes.
Actually, it's less than that, because if you look at the corrected one over here.
Is it corrected on the other one?
Yeah, it's like 10,000.
Well, it was 807,000 last year, and
Or
it's
what? Let's go back. I'm sorry, wait.
854.
Yes?
I think you're going to find that in the proposed budget, the salaries for part-timers was calculated at 141,000, and when finance recalculated, they calculated at 176,000. So I guess my calculation was off, because Judy checks it and then corrects it with all of the.
Because you're now.
So
with
there
these-
you can find 35,000 of what you're talking about.
Well, the previous year, the actual was 128, and so you're asking for another 50,000.
It's the same number of people, so if salaries went up, it didn't ask for any
By
more.
50,000?
I think it was the calculation that has a mistake. Do you see how?
Well, no. Listen,
No,
the ending 2010 is 128,000. I can't imagine that there's a miscalculation there.
Then there may be a miscalculation in the 176, and I guess I'll work with Judy to figure that out, because it's the same number of people and it's the same number of hours.
Okay. That's in itself would take care of
35,000?
50, it's pretty close to 50,000 of the 80-something thousand. Your recreation is going up by 180,000?
Over last year?
Under library?
Under Recreation.
You know, I'm going to tell you that there's that same issue with the part-time calculation that I'm going to need to look at. You see how so my request was 182 and the proposed is 246? We're going to need to look at how that was calculated. I assumed it was my mistake that I had calculated wrong, but maybe there's something that needs to be relooked at. It is the same number of people. And actually, yeah, it's the same number of full-timers.
Okay, because you also have it on your community center, it also went up 63,000.
I will check with the calculations with the finance director.
Because obviously the sum of it all just, it doesn't, your programs obviously are very beneficial to the community, to our kids and stuff like that, but it's vital that if you can furnish, review those numbers with Judy and furnish them back to the council.
Sure.
Also, the line of contracted services, I really would like to get it separated along with, where was it with Mr. Rodriguez, separating contracted services with professional services and whatever else to maybe a line item there. Oh yes, we're going to separate the OT and maybe separate the maybe employment services or something. I mean, not employment services, employment agency services. Because you look at these numbers and the employment agency services are in that contracted services, just one wonders how much is really being expensed out. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Anybody else? Okay. Seeing that there's none, we'll go on to the next item. Just information, the City of Calexico Goals and Objectives Workshop will be scheduled for August 28th, 2010, 9 a.m. in the council chambers?
No, it'll be at Camarena Library.
Camarena Library.
And just to add to that, there's also been, as you see, it's approaching 10 o'clock. We originally had the fire department scheduled to be the third department to be presented. As a result, it was requested that a special meeting be held on Tuesday, August 31st for public safety, police, and fire to present their departments. So that'll be at 6:30, or I believe, it's 5:30 fine? Yeah. Would you, or 6:30? We'll keep it on Tuesday at 6:30.
Yeah, keep it at the same time.
Yes.
That's too bad we're not going to have a 90-minute presentation by Mr. Mercado, so we'll have to wait for that one. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Carrillo. Enterprise Fund Departments, Business, number 23. Consider authorizing Director of Utility Services to hire up to 5 temporary part-time fuel linemen for the operation of the Calexico International Airport. If council chooses to authorize, adopt budget amendment resolution.
Workshop facility?
Yeah.
The thing, I think was knocking on the door. This is for Saturday the 20th.
Saturday the 20th.
I was noted on my request because of the cancellation of the labor contract, recommending that we hire 5. But on Wednesday presentation, the mayor mentioned the about the on-site contract. You know, what would be the difference? It was Wednesday. We had already turned in the package, the agenda package. So I put in front of you. You should see a additional information that I provided. If just to give you an example how by keeping the on-site laborers, we would be paying about $53,000 or $57,000 versus $73,000 if we hire under the city. So you have a package right in front of you. you have the agenda where I'm requesting 5 additional employees, well, 5 new employees that we hired to continue the operation of the airport for field linemen. But like I said, the mayor mentioned something about the on-site labor. So I left this today so you can review. And well, one of the first things in the last week's meeting, we mentioned that I was short 55,000. I worked out the numbers with finance, and we found out that because we did when we did this study, we did it in February. So redoing the sales estimates, we found out the more money that we collect, in sales, and that's on the package. That will be on page 3, and you can see page 3. We show everything that we collect at the airport. We show the gallons that we sell, Jet A, 100 octane, oil. We even show the earplugs that we sell at the airport. So what I bring to the council is 2 options. Either you allow me to hire temporary part-timers, and it would be $73,000 for the whole year, or that we continue with the on-site labor contract and we would spend $53,000.
Is there special training that is involved with the fuel lines, et cetera?
Well, like I said last time, there's hundreds of different type of airplanes, and we've been working with this fuel lineman for the last 3 years. And yes, it requires some training, yes. Checking the oil, how to fuel different airplanes, and so the using of the Unicom, the radio.
Okay. Any questions for Mr. Estrada or our staff?
Mr. Estrada, why are we getting this information today?
Like I said, Wednesday was was making the presentation. And what I did, I took advantage of the mayor's issue about why not, about the difference between on-site labor. So we worked out the numbers, and that's why I said we got this information today.
Another thing to consider, if I may, Your Honor, is that these fuel linemen have received special training. There's different types of jet fuel and fuel that goes into the different categories of planes. And the termination date is September 2nd. You have the Labor Day weekend coming the following weekend. You have a lot of people it's an international airport. Those that come from out of the area, from the Bay Area, from Los Angeles, from the western states, that fly to San Felipe, fly to Bahia, Los Angeles, or other tourist destinations in Mexico in their own private aircraft. Before they exit the U.S., they have to land in Calexico or Imperial County Airport that also has international designation. When they return, unless they're landing in Brown Field in San Diego, their other entry in California is Calexico. And that's why we have the customs, U.S. Customs there and Customs and Border Protection there to inspect the planes as they fly in to see if they're bringing any contraband or whatever. And so my understanding is that the transition, either way, if you didn't have these fuel linemen available after September 2nd, that could hamper the operations there at the airport.
Okay.
And so he's proposing a savings of 20-something thousand dollars of continuing with on-site versus having the opportunity to hire from the enterprise fund, which would be an additional 20,000 if they were to become what, permanent part-time employees
Right.
of the city.
Mr. Romero, I did provided the information on the agenda. It's on the third page. You can see on-site labor work hours. At the end, it shows $57,000. And this is what we spent this last fiscal year. All I did, I provided additional information. That's all I did. But the information is there. What I try to do is bring you two options. One we hired under the city and spend 73, or hire, continue with the on-site labor and spend 57.
Same amount of employees?
And the benefit going on-site is that we give these field linemen more hours. Otherwise, we go on the city, we give them 18 hours a week, and some of the field linemen they won't stay.
You made a presentation on the 11th that was sensed to be not complete regarding the budget numbers for the enterprise zone. Without having that information, you're asking this council to approve an expense that we don't know, that the council doesn't know if it goes one way or the other. I even asked you if you could bring it back at another meeting, and you said that you would do it, that you would make that presentation until September. And I guess I'm going to ask the question again, when do you think you'll be able to make that presentation? You're asking about this situation right now. Council doesn't know if you're working with or not within the budget, with anticipated revenues and expected expenses. It's difficult for me to make a decision on this when we don't have the other information.
Last week, I showed you that we were $55,000 short. I did tell you that. I'm showing you the corrections that we did. And I understand they're not in the package, but I included it there. The numbers are there. Met with finance. We made some changes, and we balanced. In fact, we have a plus of 19,864. So there's more than enough money.
You know, you mentioned you met with the finance director. I mentioned earlier by having this information from the finance director before the weekend, I came up with over 30 questions. Right now, with this time slot that you've given us just for this council meeting, I'd have to look at it and see if I do have any questions. I don't know what the rest of the council.
I concur, not just you, Mr. Estrada, but as a newcomer here, and I know sometimes it can't be helped, but it just seems that information is given to us that's very important at the very last minute. I don't know how the other city council feel, but I'm going to make a larger argument that no one has made. It's more on principle. Temp workers are just that. Christmas season comes around, you hire them. Papers pile up, you hire them. You don't supplant temp workers for loyal city employees. I know we need to be prudent with cost, but I also have a theory that if we have our city employees happy, We give them the benefits. We train them. We sustain within our city our economy. In the long run, we will have higher profit and more productivity. I do have an issue of supplanting temporary workers, unless you can tell me otherwise, that there's a total different definition with city employees that undermines unions, and I know some people don't care about that, and it brings down morale very low. And that may be one of the problems why we have a lot of our problems. So I would like to just stick with our decision about on-site contract. I know you need people there. Other departments have done with less employees at this time. And I do agree with Councilman Romero that, and I appreciate you doing more work on this, but we do need more time. Thank you.
Director Estrada, can you, in fact, I picked up one question here. Actual fiscal year ending 2009, you had $737,271 in revenues. Ending 2010, $240,925. What your anticipations are is $700,104. If it went from 730 to 240, how can you project it's going to jump back up to 700?
Page 4.
Okay, I'm looking at page 136, Department 5210.
Okay, well, on the additional documentation that I provided, page 4, I show how the sales went up this last year.
Oh, page 4 from your packet, not...
Yes.
It's not, okay, go on.
And one of the things that would happen is with the U.S. Customs, they made change some of the process of crossing the border. It used to be that in the air, the pilot could just call flight service and request that they were crossing the border. Now they require more information that there's making that the pilots are landing in Calexico before they cross the border south. That's a benefit for the airport, for the city. And once they're in the ground, they make the reports on the phone and they buy fuel. So our fuel sales have gone up.
Do we want to table this item for the 31st?
I have in the agenda with the full package, you have the information there.
Mm-hmm. I mean, if that's another alternative.
Mr. Estrada, you have to understand is at the August 11th meeting, you gave it to us at the day of the presentation. And now today, again, you're giving it to us at the day of the presentation or at the day of, to make this decision. I'll speak for myself. I really like to go through this thing with a fine-tooth comb. And giving it to me at a council meeting, you're not giving me that opportunity. If your information is accurate, then excellent, and the decision can be made by the council. In fact, the decision can be made by the council right now if they so wish, for the rest of the council. But it hasn't been any different when with everybody else. I need more time. I don't know what. I cannot motion for its approval.
I have a question. These fuel linemen, how long have they been employed with your department? How many, is it years, months?
No, years.
How many?
3, 4 years.
3 or 4 years?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Tons.
They have the experience of I can just leave them by themselves on a day. They know how to, just everything that you got to do at the airport.
Are they pretty loyal?
Pardon me?
Are they pretty loyal?
Yes, definitely.
So temporary contract workers can be pretty loyal, right?
Yes?
It's saving the city $20,000?
Yes.
Well, see, right there, the savings, Ms. Guerrero just made a comparison and said that by having them as a regular, wasn't that what you just talked about, Roz? She made the comparison to the contrary, so I'm a little confused.
Let's get the answer.
The answer is yes, but I also have to add that in reviewing the backup that Mr. Estrada provided to the council, where he has all the hours worked from the fuel lineman, I noticed that the hourly rate that is shown is $12.77 an hour. That may be the amount that's paid to the employee, and I may have to be corrected, I don't see where the overhead cost is paid to the on-site services. And I don't have the contract in front of me, but I don't believe that we pay on-site services $12.77 per hour. Again, I don't have the contract, so I believe it may be missing that information, but I could be wrong.
Well, why don't you get together and see what you can come up with? We can table this item.
That's what we pay. I don't see why would I be lying.
Did you want to say something?
Robert Herrera, on-site labor. Yeah, I just wanted to confirm that that is the actual, what we call a bill rate or cost to the city.
Okay.
So and I'm not sure where Mrs. Guerrero, with all due respect, gets her numbers. There may be some misunderstanding in the numbers, but those are in fact the numbers that we bill. Just to confirm that.
Okay. Thank you.
This is an important part of the clarification for all of us right now, I believe, is that actual, where we stand with the comparison. That's very important. But besides that, the reason I asked you how long these employees have been there is because when I think about a temporary agency coming in and filling in employees for your needs, it's a temporary need. 4 years is no longer temporary. So that's a problem in itself, is that the concept of these employees being from a temporary agency it's no longer that's not the idea here anymore. Apparently these people are permanent. So if they are permanent and we can figure out that it is a savings to have them as an employee, which that's still a possibility, it's unknown at this point, then in that case consider them being hired as an employee instead.
Right.
A permanent part-time employee.
May I? Page 5 on the same package that I gave today. It'll give you, back in 1999, 2000, we had 10 people, 10 fuel linemen under the city. Just to handle the hours, you need to have so many people, and they would just quit. They would just quit on you. Sometimes you'll spend 200 hours in training, and all of a sudden they're gone because of the 18 hours a week. You know, and the problem is that, you know, then we started hiring high school kids, IVC kids. Well, here comes a Sunday, a busy day, and they don't show up. So for me, the on-site labor has worked. And as you can see in that 01, we had 9. And as you go down the list, we got from 10 or 13 at one time up to 4. And, you know, 09, 10, we had 5, 10, 11, had 4. But it's up to the council.
My other question would be, now that we're in this cost savings mode, have you considered possibly cross-training some of the staff you all have already? Because you have quite a bit in working with the staff that you have already. One important thing that I think we all share as an opinion of the other presentations is where the department heads have offered ideas on how to save money. We would really appreciate that coming from your department as well, and maybe this would be a concept to think about in bringing some staff that you may have in one area and fulfill your obligations at the airport for these fuel linemen you're missing. Is that a possibility?
Bringing an operator, because the labor.
How many hours training do they really require to learn that position?
Between 300 and 500, depending on the person.
300 to 500 hours to be a fuel lineman?
Yes. Would you have to? And you don't have the same airplane. You know, an airplane would show up one day and it won't show up in another month or two, that type of airplane. Now, cross-training, I understand that. Most of the employees that we have, they don't speak English. How would they answer the radio? Then I'll put an operator. Operators do speak English.
Well, since we're talking about cost savings, maybe it's time to consider possibly how viable or cost-effective the airport itself. I've heard from department heads about partnering with, or leasing, or privatizing, or partnerships. Maybe that's an option. Maybe that might be something we need to examine. I'm not saying get rid of the airport, but maybe under the city, maybe it's, here we are in a quagmire, maybe that's where we should go.
Well, we need to make a decision, so what are the wishes of the council? Is anybody going to call for the question? I will make a motion to approve this, seeing that nobody else is making a motion. No second? Motion died because of lack of a second.
Okay.
Is there any other action that needs to be taken on this item?
See, this request is obviously contingent of continuing with working with on-site labor. You heard earlier today that the contract will, nothing was decided on, so it's still on schedule to expire early next month. I see that you presented a cost comparison between one of the two, so in case the council wants to decide.
We tabled that.
Right.
We tabled.
Okay, tabled it, so there's going to be no decision, so everything's going forward in its expiration of the, on September 3rd.
Councilman Romero.
It's still on its path, right? It's on its path to be expired on September 3rd. Okay. That's what happened when you tabled.
September 2nd.
September 2nd.
And may I interject? Could we have a copy of that termination? The letter, if there's one?
Let me, Councilman Romero, this agenda request is to hire under the city. All I did was at the end, just to give you a comparison, I gave you what it would cost. And to add to what the mayor requested last week, I added the additional information. That's all I did. So you have an item that you could take action, and we hire under the city. And we spent $57,000, or 73, I'm sorry, 73. We can hire, like Councilor Hodge is requesting that we have city employees. I'd rather have something now, and I have nothing on the second.
And this item is budgeted in your proposed budget?
Yes.
So what are the wishes of the council? Do you need more time?
I need more time. I can.
I need time.
You need time, okay.
In fact, you said earlier about maybe taking it to the July 31st meeting, August 31st meeting, and that could be a consideration.
Well, then let's table it and move it to the next meeting. That way we'll have a chance for our council members to examine it. Is that the wishes?
Yes.
Okay, then we'll do that. Thank you, Mr. Estrada. Information item number 24. The Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA, and California Emergency Management Agency, CalEMA, a list of projects. Mr. Carrillo.
The information was provided. If you have any questions, I'll try to answer.
Well, first of all, this is part of the list of requirements that the city, as a public agency, had to go through with FEMA, Federal Emergency Management Agency, as well as its California counterpart, CalEMA, the California Emergency Management Agency, in reference to preparing a list of projects that needed to be repaired as a result of the April 4th earthquake and that suffered considerable damage where they were inoperable. The city submitted a list of 32 projects, which included emergency response overtime, city facilities, streets, water lines, sewer lines, the clarifier, and there's a list of projects that have been attached. Once FEMA received that list of projects, then they sent out inspectors to review every project to see if it came under the guidelines that categorized A through G, that FEMA would subsequently reimburse. FEMA takes 12 months to 36 months to reimburse because there isn't any money appropriated. Congress has to appropriate that money based on the request. And though the earthquake occurred April 4th, and you see the May 17th as the kickoff date, what happened there is that you had to get a governor the governor from the state of California declaration, and then after that, a presidential declaration that there was an emergency for FEMA to be activated. And so what you have before you are the different projects. It's also listed the different grant sources. We have received an advance check from CalEMA of $407,000 to assist us in several projects. One was the emergency protective measure to cover the overtime cost to restore operation at the water treatment plant, and the renting and installation of portable water treatment plants at $88,000. The second was roadway repairs, the access road to the hangars and the wastewater treatment plant of $18,000. The third was to repair the airport truss braces and runway depression. And the fourth was to repair damage to the primary and secondary clarifiers and the 3 drying beds at the wastewater treatment plant for $280,000. All in all, the aggregate amount of the is about $6 million for the 32 projects. And Mr. Estrada is here to answer any specific questions that you may have pertaining to the public works repairs that are ongoing now as we continue the repair process as a result of the earthquake.
Mr. Carrillo, I've had some concern from the public. Maybe you could be kind enough to clarify. Maybe it's a misconception on their part, but I've had people say that FEMA, if we do it right, they're able to pay or help businesses. Can you please elaborate on that?
Well, when we went to the emergency center response, all the cities and the county of Imperial that were impacted by the earthquake that suffered considerable structural damage, FEMA was only addressing public assistance, public agencies, not businesses, not private residences. Those had to go through the Small Business Administration loan process or individual financial institutions that would lend them. The city of Calexico, through the redevelopment agency, was able to provide some loans, particularly those displaced residents from the, or not loans, we provided funding for those displaced residents from the Hotel De Anza that were able to stay for 3 months in local hotels and motels. That expired July 31st. But as far as FEMA responding to private individuals and residences, et cetera, that's a misnomer. You've seen what's happened in Katrina and all the frustration there in New Orleans and all the neighboring cities where they were expecting FEMA to help out, and that help never came. And even that miscomment by George W. Bush when he said, "Brownie, you're doing a heck of a job," who was the administrative leader at the time of FEMA. So FEMA is only helping public agencies, the city of Calexico, the city of El Centro, the county of Imperial, for the damages that they suffer to their public works facilities and what have you, streets, bridges, sidewalks.
Thank you.
I have no comments. I think it's a good report.
Anybody else?
Yeah.
Okay.
I would like to say this is a good report.
Thank you.
Yes, I have a comment. The city has spent over $2.4 million in the emergency operation. I'd like to know how much of this will be reimbursed money and when?
75 from FEMA and 18
Okay, 75% of the costs will be covered by FEMA,
Right.
or 75 cents on the dollar. Cal Lima will cover 18 and a quarter cents,
18 and a quarter.
or 18 and a quarter percent.
Yeah.
So that leaves the city responsible for 6%, or 6 cents on the dollar.
And when we are going to,
Okay, as I stated
Receive
earlier,
that.
FEMA takes 12 months to 36 months,
12 months to 30.
12 months to 36, 1 year to 3 years to reimburse. Then, after they reimburse, CalEMA will reimburse.
So bye-bye for a while.
That's your federal government.
And that is 2.4 million?
Well, we're still doing repairs at the water plant. We still got to fix the tanks, the water tanks. So we're looking at probably about $3 million more. Like Mr. Carrillo mentioned, we did get $407,000 from CalEMA. We also had applied with the Department of Public Health Drinking Water Division. We got $200,000 for the water plant. And also the State Water Quality Control Board, $100,000 for the sewer plant. And on the airport project, we applied for the funding, and the FAA will be paying for the 300 and something thousand for that project.
And also, your department are in charge to fill all the application, all the numbers or everything to, is there a deadline for that? To submit that application or those papers?
Yes, the deadline was already, as long as we, there were 32 projects in the.
We had 60 days. Once May 17th was the kickoff date, and FEMA came with their staff.
May 17th?
May 17th, we had 60 days to submit all the projects from police, fire, public works, and we had staff that was headed by Lily Falomir that was making sure that everybody was turning in all the requisite paperwork and the invoices, et cetera, so that it would accurately be charged. The categories of work that are covered are, as I said, A through G. A stands for debris removal. FEMA and CalEMA will cover that. B stood for emergency protective measures. C for roads and bridges. D for water control facilities. E, buildings and equipment. F, utilities. And G, parks, recreational facilities, and other items. For example, the school district, under their school buildings, also submitted funding for the demolishing, the removal of the swimming pool, and all the costs there. The school district submitted their expense list. They were working separately with FEMA and CalEMA. The city of Calexico was working separately with FEMA and CalEMA. And unfortunately, it takes 12 months to 36 months to reimburse because FEMA does not have the budget. What happens is the state of California says, we need $91 million for the Imperial County, for all the different cities. Then Congress takes legislative action where they appropriate that $91 million. And that takes them 6 months to 12 months to 18 months to make a decision. They're still waiting for money for Katrina.
And I have a question. Is the finance department are involved in all these grants with the police department, fire department, public utility?
Yes. We have a committee.
Committee?
Yeah, Richard Reno represents the finance department.
Each department
to checks and balances and to scrutinize everything.
But we have a person from my office that is taking over that. But we do have a committee.
I'm sorry, I didn't get it. Richard Reno, he's working for finance department, right?
Finance, and he's assigned to this.
He's assigned to this
review committee to make sure that all the numbers are correct, all the paperwork is submitted, in a timely manner and that it's audited so that our numbers, and when FEMA comes to review the numbers, or CalEMA, up to 3 years after the rewarding of the money, that they're accurate.
Let me learn here. So whatever we feel we need for repair and recovery, FEMA's going to provide that for us?
75 cents on the dollar.
Okay, but they're going to do their part. They don't.
Right.
It's not a big deal with them. They're not.
They're going to do their part. It just takes time for them to do their part.
Okay, and also, so this is comprehensive. This is the list of projects.
Yes.
No surprises.
Right, no surprises. And any monies that we receive, we can't use them for something else. They have to go specifically.
And we are in compliance with the deadlines, and
we work, hand in hand with the FEMA people and CalEMA.
Yes, but my concern, I'm very concerned about the numbers, and we need, like Judy, he's one of the top person here in the city of Calexico. He's a director of finance. So, I don't know about you guys, but I'm worried about also about the grants that the police department send or either not send. Also about the fire department. I mean, I believe my concern is that we need a person who really knows exactly what's going on with the numbers. Because if you fail, Calexico, the whole community are going to fail too. And I don't think you guys are capable. I don't think that.
Mr. Castro, that's we don't want to say that. I think what we need to do is just let this committee take its course. Let's not micromanage, and let's see what happens. I mean, I think they're quite capable myself, but that's
Who is in the committee?
We do have a person from the.
But I'd like to know who is in the committee.
Richard Reno.
Yes, but are you being on top of that, Judy? That's my question. That's my concern.
It's a very good concern. Every department that was affected, that was applying for FEMA and CalEMA assistance, has provided somebody. From the fire department, they provided one person. The police department provided a person. The public works has provided a person. The finance department has provided a person. Where damage was sustained, where inspectors came to validate that was damaged by the earthquake. It's not one of our departments or a member of the committee or somebody from the water plant saying, this damage was caused by the earthquake and it's going to cost $800,000. Let's put it down. No, they're going to come and specifically look at the item that was designated as damaged. The state regulators come and inspect to confirm our judgment. And we go parallel, we go walking side by side and submitting everything. They want to make sure that we're accurate in what we're reporting so that we get fully reimbursed what we're entitled to be reimbursed. That's 75 cents on the dollar.
You said that the whole thing started in May, and it had 60 days.
60 days.
So all the requests have already been submitted?
Already have been submitted.
So the year to 3 year clock is already taken?
Right.
I understand Councilman Castro's concern, and it sounds like an area that we may be able to examine in our workshops for reorganization.
But let me offer this. What we've been providing to FEMA and CalEMA will provide to you so that you can see
I'm a city council. I'm not a finance director. I can see and read the papers, but to make a good decision for me, I feel more better if a finance director check every grant. In this case, we are talking about FEMA and CalEMA, but I prefer and I feel more
comfortable.
¿Cómo? At ease.
Comfortable.
I'm sorry, I can't say that word, but tranquilo.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay. My concern is I don't want to hear more about that. We are losing this grant because of this. We're losing that because of this. And we need to involve finance director in every grant, everything regarding money, everything regarding numbers. We need to work with the finance department. That's my concern. And I don't know about you guys.
Well, that's a good concern.
It is a good concern, and something's coming in my head. You said you have people from individual departments?
Yes.
Reporting and going to Judy? Is that correct?
No.
No?
They collectively sit and review and submit the paperwork. The paperwork is scrutinized and audited here before it's sent to FEMA. But FEMA goes through the checklist, goes line by line with that committee to make sure that everything is ascertained. I'll have the fire chief and then Victor Rodriguez.
Good afternoon. I hope there's a simple explanation to this. And I know we're talking about two different things, and Mr. Castro brings a good point up. In managing grants is one area that we can't afford to lose vigilance in, and that's true. But I think specifically for these project worksheets is that the expenses that were incurred because of the earthquake, whether it be personnel, building facilities, equipment, usage of equipment, those type of things were itemized to the penny, and they were by our employee's salary. I'm going to take a firefighter, for instance, that was working downtown. They took his hourly rate, his workman's comp, his health insurance, his contributions, his benefits, all that factored out, and they factored out in this big spreadsheet. So the projects that we're talking about were itemized, including payrolls numbers to us, all the expenses that were incurred. So that's how that dollar figure was manufactured.
Who itemizes that? Who itemizes it?
Well, it's itemized by the expense. Now, when we took our personnel costs, those were itemized through finance. Finance provided the numbers of this employee makes this salary, his benefits, his workman's comp, and it's itemized to the penny. Now, when those figures came out, FEMA representative, the emergency manager, came and said, well, you didn't include all the hours for the employee. It's a percentage of this, it's a percentage of that, and that's how they came up with the salary and benefits package. More specifically, a lot of those projects are based on expenses. In the instance of the ambulance strike team that was ordered, that was an item that was specific. A bill was incurred, and we had to pay that, facilities, restrooms, so on and so forth. So that's how that big project worked out in the fire department sense. And every department had salary and benefits included in that reimbursement component. So the real figures, the real dollars that were used within that time frame, and some are ongoing because there is no ending date on this emergency. So, you know, they may have plans for a $3 million repair on the tanks and start the repair and figure that, man, you know what, we can't repair it. It's going to be $20 million. That's open and allows for that type of management.
Possible surprises.
Correct, and that's why there is no termination date on the emergency.
Surprises.
So those figures are real. Those figures were actual costs incurred at that time.
Thank you, Chief. Mr. Rodriguez.
A couple of comments. I feel that FEMA is here to help the city, not the other way around, okay? He's been involved with us since the beginning, from the first day. Every time that we have a project, they are aware of the bids that the different companies submitted to us, and they are aware of what's going on, how they're going to do the job. They with us on every step of the work that we're doing, okay? And they're taking pictures, they're taking information. As a matter of fact, today I give some more information to them. They're here every week. They're here to collect the information. If they see that we're not providing enough information to them, they ask us. They say, you know what? You forgot to submit this information.
So they're like coaching you.
No. You give us some more information. They're here to help us. They're not here to take care of the city.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. Okay, moving right along. I thank you, Mr. Carrillo, Mr. Estrada, for that presentation. Mr. Hermosillo.
Mr. Mayor, is there any way you could start the meetings at 4 o'clock?
But anyways, you know, I can't believe you guys are putting our airport in danger of closing. I can't believe it. You can't make a simple decision. It's either hire city employees or hire temps or contracted employees. What about if we have another earthquake and you got to shut down your airport? Or maybe you guys can't make a decision the next meeting. Really simple decision, and you could not make it tonight. Thanks.
Thank you. Item 25, future agenda items. I'd like to add a couple, since I didn't add it the last one. I'd like to get an update on the Townsend grants that we've been working with for the last, I believe, year and maybe year and a half. Also, an update on the casino and how that's coming along. I'd also like to see what we can do about maybe looking at a possible construction of a swimming pool. Maybe perhaps work with the Calexico Unified School District, if not, maybe on our own. And also, we did have a meeting back in March where we did discuss the athletic complex, joint use facilities for Ward Field, Belcher Field, and the softball field at the high school. I'd like to also open that up for discussion again to see what can Townsend do to help us with that respect. Those 4 items, I'd like to see what updates we can get with them. Anybody else?
Yes. Attorney Jennifer Lyon, are we still on that issue with the Planning Commission? I would also like to see to construct some kind of to develop an agreement between the City of Calexico and any employment type of agency where certain conditions are met by the third-party employment agency, and I would prefer that at least one be under contract for whenever an urgent situation surfaces, either as Mr. Hermosillo mentioned, another earthquake, or other contingencies like Mr. Villa said that the development, his department is a revenue-generating department where they can bring in people, finish a project, and then obviously end those assignments, and be very specific with the conditions. Anyways, just to repeat regarding the issue with the Planning Commission, those are my 2. And I did have a discussion again for the Enterprise Fund presentation, but I guess we'll see that later this month.
Mr. Castro?
Not at this time, but
okay.
For me, that's okay. That's enough.
That's enough.
If I may, City Manager.
You've already served your quota.
Yes, thank you. City Manager and staff, I'd really like to thank you the way you put the agenda together. It makes it much more transparent and not only for the members of the council, but also for the public, so they can understand more what items are under which fund. A lot of the public don't know that there are 3 funds working within the city, and this really helps it quite a bit, so I thank you for that.
Great comment, Mr. Romero. Mr. Hodge?
Pressure from the community, segments of the community. I would like to put on the agenda to revisit the two-way traffic on 2nd Street. And also, for transparency and maybe a moment to shine, I'd like to invite the President of the Chamber of Commerce to give a report, if not next meeting or whenever it's convenient, on the goals and objectives of the Chamber of Commerce, the expenditures and revenues. We need more transparency there, since the RDA is giving money to the Chamber and its accomplishments. So whatever we can get along the lines based on the reports we've been getting from the departments, from the Chamber of Commerce.
Thank you. Ms. Hurtado.
I don't have any future agenda items, actually, but I would like to make a comment with what Mr. Hermosillo said. we can make decisions, but I believe that what we're all trying to do here is make informed decisions. And the fact that the information that we're asking for to be able to make that decision is being given to us last minute, that holds back the opportunity for this council under pressure. It's just impossible to make those kinds of decisions. We knew this was going to happen today. We should have had this information since last week. We had 3 days, 4 days to be able to review it. That's where the problem is. That's why we can't make these decisions, is because the situation we're in right now is a severe crisis. We're asking for these things so that we can make reasonable decisions that are responsible, but we're not going to, I don't believe I will, make any decision without the proper information. So that's just a comment I'd like to make.
Thank you, Mr. Hurtado.
Mr. Mayor, before you close, I just want to revisit one item, just for clarity. Mr. Hodgen, in reference to the two-way traffic at 2nd Street, you want to see what other options are available, whether going back to the
Yes.
one-way, whether it was
Yes.
going east or going west?
Yes.
And what the benefits are
Yeah,
of going
pros and
two-way?
cons.
Okay, traffic studies, okay.
Yes.
I've heard nothing but positive comments on the two-way traffic. It gives people a chance to go either way and visit the stores. And that's how it used to be, anyway. Anything else? Meeting is adjourned. Oh, redevelopments. Wait a minute. Don't go away so fast. One item. That's right, Mr. Hurtado.
Will you reopen it, Mayor?
This meeting is now reopened.
Another 8 hours?
We promise it'll be...
So moved, Mayor.
Adopt the resolution. We need to appoint 2 members of the subcommittee.
Mr. Mayor, this is a resolution memorializing the change of the makeup of the Grand Plaza Project Committee. I'm recommending that the new RDA Director, Oscar Rodriguez, be the project manager. Also, when this committee was formed, it was for the sitting mayor and the mayor pro tem sit on that committee representing the city council. So I'm recommending that you appoint yourself as well as the mayor pro tem, Mr. Castro, and that it be memorialized through a resolution where you support that motion after it's seconded.
So moved. Moved?
Second.
Seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
5-0.
Oscar, you waited 5 hours for this.
And
for 2 minutes.
now we're adjourned.